Hello, check, check. Check. Check, 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 check. Hi, everybody, from the Floyd E. Gritton Gymnasium here on the campus of Owen County High School in Owenton, Kentucky, where tonight we finally get to play some basketball, as tonight is the opening night of the 2025 8th Region All-A Tournament. Good evening. I am Brian Blair. Braden Howard will be along shortly. He had to work today in Frankfort, so he is on his way and will be here shortly. We are happy to be bringing you every game of this 2025 All-A Classic, and it gets underway in about 10 minutes or so as Walton Verona gets set to take on Trimble County. If you are joining us from Walton or Trimble County or wherever you may be listening to tonight, you're not familiar with myself, let me just give you a quick little introduction. As I said, my name is Brian Blair. I teach here at Owen County High School. Been doing broadcasting on the side for quite some time, and very much excited to bring you all of these games this week. As we get ready for tonight's and we take a look at this contest, the Bearcats of Walton Verona come in 7-5 on the season. They are being coached by Mike Hester. Trimble County and their head coach Brent Welty, they entered tonight's game with a record of 4-9. It has been a while since these teams played, and it will be a theme, really, I think, throughout tonight and tomorrow night to see how these teams respond after not having been in a gym really a whole lot over the last, well, especially the last week. But when you look back at the last games these two teams played, for Walton, their last time in action was back on December 29th. They were down at the Ashland Invitational Tournament, and they beat Russell in overtime, 58-52. Aaron Gutman finished with 17 points, 10 rebounds. Jonathan Strunk had 11 points and 9 rebounds in the win. For Trimble County, they last played on January the 3rd. They took on Valley. That game was at home, and they won it 41-40. Ethan Keller finished with 16 points. Dylan Pinnock, 8.7 boards. Hayden Webster had 8 points. Briar Rucker, finished that contest with 9 rebounds. So again, not sure how much these two teams have been able to practice this last week with the weather situation. So it'll be curious to see if they do have, and I'm sure they will, have a little bit of rust as this game gets underway tonight. The last time these two teams met, well, you have to go back to January 3rd of 2024, and Walton took care of Trimble County that night, 88-34. Walton leads the series 32-6. Now that goes back only to 2001, and Walton has won 15 straight in this series. In fact, the last time Trimble County won against Walton, you have to go back to January 24th of 2014, and Trimble County knocked off Walton 78-71. That was in overtime. When you look at this Trimble County team, first of all, you have to start with the fact that they lost a couple of guys last year to graduation, especially one in the name of Ethan Horn. He averaged 21.8 points a game last year, and along with Braden Wilson, who averaged 9.2 points a game, that's 31 points of offense that you have got to figure out and have had to try to figure out how to replace since the beginning of this season. And they're doing it really with four different people on this roster. Ethan Keller, he's averaging 11.5 points a game. Hayden Webster, 8.3. Dylan Pinnock, 8.2. And Hudson Gent averaging 7.3. Gent, just a freshman for Trimble County and the Raiders. Ethan Keller, a junior. Webster and Pinnock are both seniors. For Walton Verona, they lost a player early in the season, Aiden Kearns. He is back warming up with the team this evening. Could possibly get cleared on Friday, perhaps, but he has been out with a broken wrist. So Aaron Gutman has picked up the slack. The senior, 24.2 points, 6.6 rebounds, a contest to lead the Bearcats. As you look at the Bearcats, they come in tonight as the defending 8th Region champs. They beat Gallatin 67-52 in the championship game last year, and then they went to the state tournament where they made it all the way to the quarterfinals before losing to a guy who was a pretty good basketball player in high school, I would say, Travis Perry and Lyon County. They lost that game in the quarterfinals. Of course, Travis Perry had, in that game had 23 points, finished his senior year with over 1,100 points, and in fact, Travis Perry, the only player in state history to score over 5,000 points. This tournament has been Walton's. The last 8 years, Walton has won 6 of the previous All-A Classics, and the only other teams to win during that time, Gallatin won in 2020, and Owen County won it in 2023. So if you want to win this tournament over the last few years, you have had to go through the Walton Verona Bearcats, and tonight the Trimble County Raiders will get their chance. As you can see, as you're watching on your TV there at home or on your computer, your phone, whatever you might be watching on tonight, heck, I guess you could watch it on your wrist if you had some kind of fancy enough watch. But if you're watching Walton out in the home white uniforms, Trimble County in the road blue, and they are both getting ready to get things going tonight. If you are coming out to the games tonight, the parking lot and the sidewalk is in incredible shape. I know a lot of people have worked extremely hard here this week to get this place ready to go. They've got T-shirts for sale. There's great food at the concession stand. We are ready here at Owen County to host this event, and we are happy to do it. And it could not have been done without a lot of hard work from people behind the scenes tonight who've done a lot over the course of the last months, really, to get ready to host this tournament. So we're about a minute and a half or so away as both teams are about ready to get called over to their benches, and we will give you the starting lineups for tonight's game. As we get started, though, I just want to take a quick moment to just say, for all the folks out in California, if you have family or friends who live out in that neighborhood, we are thinking about those folks tonight and the terrible tragedies that's taken place out in the Los Angeles, Southern California area. To see pictures and news accounts of what's taking place out there, incredible. We have dealt with some snow, but the snow melts. And what a lot of the folks who have lost everything out there, they're going to have a long time to get their lives back to where they were. So thoughts and prayers out to them tonight. I just wanted to get that out before we got started here as well. Both teams are over at their benches, and we are about ready for the national anthem and the introduction of tonight's starting lineups, which I will give you here momentarily.
Tonight's action features World Bearcats versus Central County Raiders. Please stand to honor the country with the playing of our national anthem.
All right, taking a look at your starting lineups for tonight's game. First of all, for Trimble County, as they're going to turn the lights out on me here and do a little spotlight. As we take a look at the starting lineups, first for Trimble County, they're going to start as sophomore, number 1, Liam Taylor. Also starting tonight will be a senior, number 3, Hayden Webster. A junior, number 11, Ethan Keller gets the start tonight for Trimble County, as does senior Dylan Pennick. He wears number 23. And senior Briar Rucker, he wears number 42. For Walton Verona, their starting lineup looks like this. Number 4, Justin Hester. Jacob Hester played for the Chicago Bears. I think he returned a kickoff in the Super Bowl. But this is Justin Hester, no relation. And also in there will be number 12, a sophomore Adam Gutman, a sophomore number 13, Wyatt Shear, and a junior number 23, Cole Dryden, along with senior number 33, Aaron Gutman. So those are your starters. Walton in the white will be the home team on the scoreboard. Trimble County in the road blue will be the visitors. If you're watching tonight, listening, give us a shout out. Give us a shout out. Let us know where you're listening from. We'd love to hear if trying to do a lot of game prep for a lot of games, and if I leave something out, miss something, if you have an interesting note about one of these two teams, please feel free to let me know. So we're about set. Assuming all the lights come back on. And they do. So it's going to be Rucker to jump it up against Gutman. A little welcome to the jungle. Getting ready for a Bengals playoff game in 2026, hopefully. We are set. Long night of basketball. Put an extra log on the fire, get your favorite chair, and let's watch basketball. Here we go. Walton gets the tip, and they have it. We are underway, and it's in the hands of Justin Hester. As Trimble County looks like they open up in a little 2-3 zone. Top of the circle there with her up near half court, I should say, it's Gutman. Back to Hester. Gutman's going to let one go, but that's going to be short of him. And the rebound, it's hustled down and controlled by Liam Taylor, and Trimble County gets their first possession. Walton a man-to-man. Dylan Pennick with it. On the wing it goes. Webster drives, throws up a shot, no good. Partially blocked. And quickly Walton comes back the other way. Corner 3 on the way. That rims out. Gutman. And Trimble County controls the board, and they're looking on the scoreboard for the first time. That's Pennick. Trapped. Throws it back up top, and Trimble fortunate to come away with that ball. Driving block. Gutman says not tonight, young man. And Webster tried to take it to the rack. Gutman pulls up for three. No. And again, that is Aaron Gutman. I'll try to keep the two Gutman boys straight. I will do my best. Three ball, Hester. No good. It does look a little early, like both of these teams might be just a little rusty, especially on the offensive end of the floor. Not completely unexpected. That's Keller. Back up top it goes to Dylan Pinnock. Here's a three ball. That is no good. Keller can't convert. And Walton quickly the other way, up off the window, left side, good. And the first basket of the night is scored by Cole Dryden. Walton trying to pressure Trimble County. So far the Raiders have handled it okay. As Keller's going to try to get things reset for the Trimble County Raiders. Working off a screen. Kicks it up to Liam Taylor. And a reach in, and Pinnock able to get it back. Pinnock with it, nice pass down low, little reverse layup goes in. It hit the top of the basket, and Rucker found the bottom. Not exactly how he drew it up. Dryden thought about it, now drives, kicks it into Gutman, lays it up, no. Pretty good defense by Trimble. Gutman able to get his own board, and he can't convert. That is Aaron Gutman, and he looks like he might be a problem tonight for Trimble County on the offensive end. Got some folks saying the static was bad. Hopefully that works. Yes, thank you. Sometimes you got to unplug it and plug it back in. Gutman good on 1 of 2. That's Aaron. Missed the first, made the second. 3-2 Bearcats. Again, pressure and a near turnover. Ball on the floor. I mean, there are bodies flying everywhere. And Walton comes away with it. Hey, there he is. And we're going to get a foul. Braden Howard, everybody. Catch your breath. You're fine. You're a working man. You had to go in today. I didn't see. I could do NTI at home. Inbound comes into Dryden, right back to Gutman. Three-pointer, no. Rebound,
he
Trimble.
Got fouled on that three.
Nice to see you. Oh, nice split of the double team that time, and we're going to get a foul. That was Hayden Webster who just split between the two Walton defenders. Got some rosters there for you. I even got them. Which one's which? Game 1, look at me. Game 2, game 3.
I labeled mine, but this was for Saturday's time, so 1:30, 3:30.
There's a pass stolen away. Walton quickly coming the other way. They've had plenty of opportunities. I thought that was a travel. And they're going to get a foul. Walton's had plenty of chances. They just have not been able to convert, as that foul is on Ethan Keller.
Yeah, it looked like it was more of like a catch off the bounce there.
That's the second on Keller. So let's see what Brent Welty does, as this time Gutman converts on the first free throw. Talked about these two teams being perhaps a little rusty, and I think so far we've seen that here early. 5-2 Walton. And we are going to get a timeout.
So, how have you been?
Good.
Weather a little nasty?
I'm ready for summer.
tired of all this. Postponing basketball, postponing golfing weather. I'm done.
You know, it's crazy. I'm very happy. My father-in-law and my mother-in-law hooked me up with a golf membership out to Fairway. I'm a member of the country club.
So now you have no excuses not to go play golf.
I don't. But I've already used it. I went on what was that? The 30th of December, and played a round of golf, and it's been snowing I think ever since. So
yeah, I had contracted some sort of sickness at that point. I was wanting to play. I think I actually had plans to play that day, but decided not to. I ended up going to the doctor instead.
So it's all lane tournament time, and you know, and I'll get into the history. We got plenty of time to get into this history over the next few hours tonight and tomorrow. But you know, it's a tournament that started to give some teams an opportunity to perhaps go to a state tournament at some point and play, and it's become one of the bigger events really here throughout the state of Kentucky. When you look at some of the teams that have shown up and played well in it. Ooh, there's a bad pass taken away by Walton. And he traveled. You know, I mentioned this earlier. Walton got into the tournament last year and got the misfortune of having to play a young man named Travis Perry in Lyon County.
Yes.
And so, you know, you think about some of the players that have come through the All-A Classic throughout the years. There's been some fine players, and I'm going to talk about one. One we're going to talk about during the Williamstown game later on this evening. There's a nice pass and a nice left-handed shot off the window by Briar Rucker.
Well, we've got some good content for that all week, actually, especially later on tonight with the Rebels.
Oh, that should be an assist. The three-pointer was way off the mark by Shear, but Aaron Gutman put it up and in. Looked almost like a little alley-oop, but it wasn't.
Did it hit the backboard?
No, it did not.
We can count this an assist then. We'll let whoever's on the all-tournament team committee know that we're counting that one as an assist.
Aaron Gutman with 5 of the 7 for Walton, and it's 7-4. And there's a steal on the inbound, right back to Aaron Gutman. All the way, skip pass, corner 3, and short. Rebound put up and in. However, as Jonathan Strunk picked up the trash and put it in the hole. 9-4, and one thing Trimble can't afford to do tonight is let this thing get away from them. You can see Walton has put a lot of pressure on them, and really so far they've done okay. They just have to make some shots.
Walton playing very physical too. That's 2 quick fouls we've seen from them, but it does look like Walton's bench is a little deeper.
It is. I said it earlier before you got here as well. You know, this tournament, Walton, it's kind of almost been the Walton Invitational. 6 of the last 8 years. I mean, they've won this thing. They've become a very good team in this 8th region as there is Aaron Gutman off a nice pass, scoring again. And I think as you look at this, as Trimble's going to call a timeout, I think no disrespect to any of the other teams in this tournament, but I think when you look at it, it's Walton, Gallatin, Owen. One of those 3 teams is more than likely going to win this thing, I would think.
Yeah, and the thing with Owen, too, they do have a chance. They got beat pretty good against Gallatin County here at home earlier I guess it was last year now.
This season.
Earlier in the season. But one thing about Owen County is they should be able to make adjustments and learn from that loss. And, it's a district game, It was still early in the season, so there were still some nerves kind of flowing. And Gallatin County shot lights out that night, too. So,
they did. And we'll see them here in about an hour and a half or so. They're going to take on Cornerstone Christian. That game will be immediately after 20 minutes or so after this game. So we'll see Gallatin and what they have. The winner of this game, I haven't really touched on it yet, but the winner of this game will next play Eminence. And that game would be Wednesday night at 6 o'clock. And that game, of course, all the games will be right here. So the winner of this one gets Eminence. Eminence gets the bye straight into the semifinals. Pass up top there, that's Trenton Keller. He's a sophomore. He makes a nice move, tries to throw up that little running jump shot, no good. Walton the rebound. Trimble County's young. Walton has a lot of depth and a lot of experience.
And compared to Trimble County right now, a lot of height as well.
And what happened? Got an issue with the clock. Now, did they call a foul? Some confusion. The horn sounded in the middle of that. Something's gone a little haywire with the clock. A moment ago, I believe it said 2:36. Now it says 6:57.
We're still in the first quarter, aren't we?
Yes. That's why I'm thinking, did I go into like a time warp or something right there? I know it's been a long week.
Oh, now it's 23 minutes.
I don't even.
Free basketball?
Well, I don't know if you happened to watch the Notre Dame game the other night, Notre Dame and Penn State, but there were some issues with the clock that Pat McAfee was not excited about, and he made mention of a couple of times in ways that I'm not allowed to say. I'm surprised he is actually on ESPN, but hey, here's a free throw, and that is good. So I apologize. Things got a little bit screwy right there, but Adam Gutman gets on the board. We do not have a question of the night tonight because there's 3 games, so I'm doing something a little bit different. We're doing a little all-A trivia. And we're going to open it up to the public for those listening. If you're listening at home, in your car, wherever, there are no prizes. It's just the thrill of knowing you might or might not have been right. There's a three-pointer no good and knocked out of bounds. That was Hudson Gent, and it's going to stay with Trimble County. So we'll, between the first and second quarter, I'll give you a little intro to our trivia question tonight. Please do not use Google. And I'll never know. That's Keller in the corner. Surprise, there's a 3 on the way from Keller, no good. Rebound, Walton. You know, I look at a young man like Briar Rucker for Trimble. He's a big guy. I would like to see him maybe be a little bit more aggressive offensively. As there's an air ball, and that is caught and almost stripped away. Good D by Trimble County right there. And you're right, they're playing extremely hard. There's a nice drive and blocked and a put up and in. That is Rucker. He has all 6 for Trimble County.
He's actually there's 2 other seniors. Let's see here. I did my homework, but not enough.
There are 3 seniors on this roster. He is one of them.
Is he the only one on the court now?
Dylan Pennick is the other. Free throw, good.
Hayden Webster out on the court now as well.
He's not a bad player. Oh, there's a foul as it looked almost like Dryden tripped on his own, but they're going to call the foul. I think did they get Rucker? Well, it wasn't on. They're not putting the fouls up right now on the scoreboard, so
It was the 5th foul, though.
Yes. The winner of the 8th region tournament will advance to Owenton. Not Owenton, what am I saying? Will advance to Owensboro to play in the All-A state tournament.
I mean, we could do it.
Can you imagine TJ and Megan Hearn and everybody around here? It'd be crazy. It'd be fun. Dryden makes good on both, 15-7.
All I'm thinking of is
there's a steal.
The 2022 Girls Championship game, how we would fit that crowd in this gym. Because
oh, that's a charge. No call. Rebound, Dryden. He's everywhere. Gutman, 3. No good, and that should be Trimble ball, and it is.
I don't see how that's a no call there. I mean, I guess they were maybe anticipating the flop, but there was too much contact there for it to be a flop.
Yeah, I would think there has to be something, and even if you call a block and say, hey, that was a flop, we all know it was a flop, but you're right, I think something needed to be called there. That's nearly an over and back. Here's Rucker with it. Screen, 3, air ball from Ethan Keller, and a foul on the rebound. That foul is going to be on Hudson Gent. And we're going to walk to the other end. It's been a long, seemingly, first quarter. Walton leads at 15-7. Wyatt Shearer is going to the free throw line.
I hear a little static here.
Someone who was listening said that it was better. Shearer makes the first for his first point. Walton, this will be their 10th free throw of the first quarter. That one's no good. The rebound comes down to Keller. That is Trenton Keller. He gets it off to Ethan Keller. Tough pass, not a good pass, and a steal from Walton. And let's see, they don't strike me as a team who would just hold this for one shot. It looks like if they can get one, they're going to take it. And a travel, and that's the second time tonight that Wyatt Shearer has been called for a travel up top. So 21.4. And again, Walton puts the kind of pressure on Trimble that it's really hard for them to get into their offense and try to get one shot. There's a steal. Gutman driving, gets bumped, scores. 9 seconds, Trimble gets it in. That's Rucker. And a steal. Will Walton get a shot off? Gutman will. No good. I think it would have counted. But the first quarter comes to an end with Walton leading 18-7. So as I said, the winner tonight advances on to play Eminence. The winner of the 8th region tournament will head to Owensboro, where they will play in the All-A state tournament at the Owensboro Sports Center, January 23rd through the 26th.
I was wondering where they played.
They do.
I was talking with somebody about that the other day. At first I was thinking like one of the colleges, but then I've also been to Kentucky Wesleyan, and their gym is smaller than ours. So that wouldn't really be an option.
Well,
I've not been to Brescia, though.
Well,
but they're also a small college.
They are playing. Now, here's the interesting fact about this. So on Thursday night, the Thursday night session is at Brescia. So the winner of the 8th region will play the winner of Region 1 on Thursday night at 9:30, and that game is at Brescia. So the first round game for the 8th region would be at Brescia, and then after that, it would go back to the Owensboro Sports Center, which is a really cool place to watch a game. When I was back in college, way back in the 1900s, and we'd go to Kentucky Wesleyan with NKU's basketball team, they actually played their home games at the Sports Center. And it's a very cool place, and it's going to lead me into our trivia question here in just a minute. Trimble gets it first. as we start the second quarter, 18-7. Here's a three. He got fouled. Yes, he did. As Shear knocks down Dylan Pinnock.
So I did mission work in Owensboro, and that's where we stayed, was Kentucky Wesleyan. So the kids had their free time in that gym. I do remember the really old feeling about it. Now the floor was brand new. I mean, just refinished, probably even new hardwood. But once you walked in, you could see the trophy cases and the old carpet, and super cool.
It is. It is probably second one no good. It is probably, of all the gyms that I went to covering NKU basketball back in the early 1990s, I was on the radio team that covered them for those listening as he misses 2 of 3. It was one of my favorite places to go. You felt like you stepped back in time a little bit when you went in that building, and it was just a lot of fun. Oh, I thought he might have gotten away with another travel, but that time Shear gets to the rim and scores his first field goal, and it's 20-8. Tough place to play. Wesleyan always a good basketball team, and their fans were loud, very involved in the game.
I'm going to provide no comment on Kentucky Wesleyan.
And they all had this is you remember weird things in your life, and you're like, why do you know that? They had a hospitality room right underneath the stands, and they always had Arby's roast beef sandwiches. So that was what was the hospitality room. That ball goes off the foot of a Bearcat, shot up and no good.
I highly doubt we have
Liam
that tonight.
Taylor. No, it's pasta night.
Ooh.
Tonight.
We need a runner is what we need.
Oh, they're here. 3-pointer up and good. I've already been told that they are in the building. That is Adam Gutman knocking down the 3, and it's 23-8, and there's a steal. And there's Gutman, and he was going to throw it down, and he got fouled. Actually, he got fouled, and I still thought he was going to throw it down. So here we go. So in Owensboro, at the time, and it may still be, somebody could tell me this if you're watching, as Gutman makes the first of the 2 free throws, Aaron. It was, for a while, the home court of Owensboro Apollo High School. A famous Kentucky Wildcat went to Owensboro Apollo High School by the name of Rex Chapman. Second free throw, good. That makes it 25-8. Of course, Chapman goes on to the University of Kentucky, was one of the first players that I remember leaving early to go to the NBA. As Walton gets another turnover. Here's Gutman again, 3. Might have gotten fouled as he goes down, and the rebound is put back up and in, and that is by Billy Holt. So Rex Chapman leaves Kentucky, goes to the NBA, and is drafted. He is the first, this is the question, he becomes the first NBA pick for what NBA franchise? He was there for, now don't say it just yet. I want people who are listening to see if, I knew this off the top of my head. I checked this to make sure I was correct, but he was I don't know if, he might have been the number 1 pick overall, but he was selected by this NBA franchise, and he was their first ever pick, and he played his home games at the Owensboro Sports Center in high school.
What's the year on it?
Late 1980s, early 90. 3-pointer up and good, and we're going to get a timeout.
He's not going to have any this in the second half.
He's not. That 3 was Dylan Pinnock, and it's 27-11. So let's see if anybody out there listening can give us a heads up. He kind of had an okay NBA career, nothing spectacular. I want to say Chapman got hurt.
See, there's a lot of things throwing me off on this. One, I'm a Louisville fan, so
I don't
care about UK basketball. Secondly, I'm trying to figure out which NBA team was created in that time for him to be their first pick ever.
Well, I will say this. There was a big buzz around it.
Thirdly, I don't watch the NBA.
I don't either.
At all. I don't keep up with it. I mean, I keep up with Donovan Mitchell a little bit, but I couldn't tell you the last game they played or how many points he had.
I did watch the NBA at the time.
Well, it was a different NBA.
Yes, and because he was Rex Chapman and I was a Kentucky fan, I actually had a T-shirt of his face with this team's logo on it. And I bought a hat of this team. But give to the next timeout or so, see if anybody online can send us a message. Here's a 3-ball on the way. No good. Rebound stolen away. That is Adam Gutman giving it off to Aaron Gutman, who is padding his offensive rebound statistics, and he can't convert, but he will go back to the free throw line.
I've got a few in mind that it could possibly be.
All right, so
that was one of them before I looked at it.
That answer is correct.
Okay, so that was in my top 3.
That answer is correct from Mark Klinkenbeard. Thank you, Mark. I will say what it is in a second because I'm trying to give Braden here a chance to figure this out. I will say this. If Aaron Gutman goes to the free throw line much more, he's going to have to pay taxes because he is building a tent. He's pitched himself a tent there on the free throw line.
As long as he pays them on time and I don't have to give him a call.
28-11. Do you have any idea? Do you have a guess?
So,
give me your guess.
I looked at that. I saw that.
Okay.
But that was in my top 3.
Okay.
So I'm not going to cheat, but here are my top 3. Charlotte, the Raptors, and the Warriors. Those are my top 3, just because they seem like teams that haven't been around a long time. Like, you look at the Bulls and you think of them as like a classic team.
It's the
and even the Celtics and the Knicks even. And now they could have all been created later. Who knows? I don't watch the NBA. Well, those were my 3 teams that I was going to guess from.
The correct answer is we get another. That's 2 quick fouls on Walton. The correct answer is the Charlotte Hornets. And he was their first ever NBA pick. 28-11, 5 minutes and 2 seconds. So we'll have another trivia question during the second game.
That staff member has on a headset and a walkie-talkie. I have seen it all.
Trimble County driving, laying it up. That was a good move. Couldn't finish right there. That was Dylan Pinnock and Walton. I mean, they just come at you, don't they? I mean, they're just relentless, really, on both ends. Three-pointer, corner, money.
Yeah, very aggressive offensive team and even more aggressive defensive team. And I think that just fits to their style of play and the Walton brand.
Well, I tell you what, that's a triple team, and it's going to go to Walton. They move the ball so well on offense. I know we've been talking about the Sports Center and the Charlotte Hornets a little bit, but when you watch them, they move the basketball. It is, you know how you don't want it to go. It's always moving. It doesn't stick in any player's hand. They are all over the place, and by doing so, it's giving them open shots and opening up lanes for guys to get to the basket. See what I mean? Right there. 2 quick passes, 3. No good, but still.
And Trimble County is in a zone, too, so it's just making their good passing that much worse on Trimble County.
But, I mean, defensively, they're all over you. It looks like there's 7 or 8 players out there. Here's a layup easy after the steal. That's Adam Gutman. He now has 8, and it's 33-11. And a lot of guys getting up off the bench, taking the pants off. The warm-up pants. Let me just clarify that. Taking the warm-ups off early to get into this game.
That seemed like a
little ticky-tack.
I don't even know that. It was pretty weak. Honestly, I thought he stepped out of bounds at first.
Cole Dryden gets called for the foul, and that's going to send Trimble County to the line. Hayden Webster. I was looking down. Did that go in?
Yes, it did.
Thank you. I was writing down the foul, and I didn't look up in time. Second free throw, no good. You can.
That extra pass is always the better one.
haven't gotten some of those shots to go, but they're getting offensive rebounds. And there's Gutman again, and he was looking for contact. Rebound comes down back to Walton. Now it's in the hands of Trimble County, and that's a jump ball? Yes, it is.
He's going to stay with Walton there.
Bearcats will inbound, quick inbound. They just move it again so well. Down in the paint, nice pass out to the corner. Here's a three up top. No good. That's Schickling, and it's going to be Trimble ball as it goes off the hands of Jacob Cottrell. Walton came into the contest averaging 63.5 points a game. They were shooting at 37% from three as there's another turnover. Gutman, nice pass down low. Cottrell puts it up, missed it. Puts back up by Dryden, no good. Gutman clears the window, or clears the rebound and scores.
Two stats I'd be interested to see tonight. Rebounds from Walton and forced turnovers by Walton.
And there's another one. Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. I think offensive rebounding, as there's another one, and Cottrell, I should say, will go to the line. I apologize if I keep butchering his name. Yeah. It's those, as you said, it's the forced turnovers, and they've sped up Trimble County so much. You could tell they're just not comfortable playing that style. (35-12). Second free throw is good. 36-12. Ball knocked away and stolen and saved. What a hustle play by Jack Schickling right there for Walton. And there's a bailout because that was not a good pass. And Hudson Gent reached in to try to take it away and gets called for the foul. Interesting note on Walton in looking at this, getting ready for this over the last couple of weeks because I was getting ready for last week because the free throw is no good. That is number 24, Jonathan Strunk. I don't know how many teams, and again, if Mark Klinkenbeard, who's from the Walton area, Walton knows, and could tell me, Walton, the All-A started, the All-A regional tournaments got started as we know them back in 1990. Now, they played a little bit before that in Northern Kentucky, but in 1990 was the original All-A state tournament, All-A regional tournaments. And Walton actually won the 9th region that year. And so I would be curious to know, and I just don't have time to look this up.
Like the big 9th region?
Yes, so the 9th region All-A. They won it. As hang on, Gutman lays it up and in. That's Aaron Gutman. Thought for a second he might be able to throw one down. So I'd be curious to know how many teams have won the All-A, a regional tournament in 2 separate regions. Walton's done it in the 9th region and the 8th region. So I'd be curious to know how many other teams have done that. But I just did not, and I just didn't have the time or the energy to really look that up, as that free throw is good by Hudson Gent. 39-13.
Well, I feel like there's some, like the Louisville area schools that could potentially be in there. So, like, if I'm not mistaken, I know some people in, like, the Shepherdsville area. One of them actually played high school basketball, and Joby Hall was his high school coach.
Oh, wow.
They were in our region at one point. Like, I know that's a long time ago, but just to think Shepherdsville schools in Owen County's region, that's an hour and a half away at least.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Well,
I might have to do some research and get back with you on that one.
somebody again could tell me, in looking at this, and you look back at all the different teams that have won the 8th region, Spencer County has won the 8th region one time. Now, I don't know if you could go back and look and see if they've ever won a different region, but they won the 8th region once.
And they're kind of one of those schools that can kind of be on the edge, too.
Yes.
Because, at one point we were in the district with Scott County. Scott County's not even in our region anymore.
Right. Speaking of which, teams not being in this tournament or being in this tournament, Owen County for the last couple of years wasn't in this, or last year they played in the two-way. There's a lot of contact and a foul that's going to go on Liam Taylor. One team missing this year is Carroll County.
Well, and that's another conversation, and I know there's a lot of Walton fans probably listening to this game right now too, but these private and independent schools shouldn't be in this tournament. It's all 4 small schools who, in a sense, can't recruit. It should be all what I call true Class A schools. So like the 31st district. I would even consider Henry County in that. Eventually, you take out all the private and independent schools, and Henry County is in it. So it just depends. I might just be sour too, because my senior year I wasn't in Class A either.
Yeah.
And that was my favorite tournament to play in, both the regional and the state tournament. I mean, it's a big deal.
Well, it was interesting, and I think Kentucky, there's only 2 other schools around the state or around the country who even actually play an all-team state tournament. I think North Dakota was one of them at one time, and I don't remember the third one, and it may not be anymore. But as you look at how things are going throughout the state, of course, you have a Class A tournament, you have a two-way tournament now, and I wonder – I would hope not, because I know when Indiana, when it went away, but it seems like I don't think it would ever get to where Kentucky would have multiple class tournament like they do in football, obviously, and a lot of other sports. But it will be interesting to see throughout the years. But I can't imagine Kentucky not having a Sweet 16 in March in Rupp Arena and having 4 or 5 different tournaments at that same time.
But I don't really think that's the answer to it either, having all these different tournaments. But you got to keep the Class A.
It's a prayer not answered by Walton, and the rebound comes down. We're under a minute to go, 40-13.
But then you look at really basketball-heavy states like Indiana. They have separate ones. I think their golf tournaments are like that.
And that was an uproar when it happened. I mean, people were like, no. And I guess now you just kind of accept it as being what it is. I'd have to look, and again, if somebody knows the other 2 states, I want to say it's up. It might be Minnesota, North Dakota, somewhere like that still does.
So states that
have one big state tournament.
But then again, you look at it population-wise too.
Sure.
How many people do they have? What are their schools like?
Sure.
I don't think that's really an issue in states like that, because they don't have.
Correct.
They don't have cities like Louisville or Lexington, even Bowling Green, Owensboro. I mean.
No, the A has been a great thing, and I think Stan Steidel, who started at Steidel from Dayton High School up in northern Kentucky, it became what he wanted it to become, and it's obviously opened up to a lot of other sports. Here's a 3 ball in the corner that is good, and that is Jack Schickling.
And again, maybe could just be a sore loser fan, but going back to Teagan's senior year, they played a school that had 26 kids in their school, and they were all on the basketball team.
That's going to be the end of the first half as Walton leads it 43-14.
Those type of schools is not what this tournament was made for.
So Walton completely dominates the first half, which I don't think is completely unexpected, but they do. And it is 43-14 at the end of the first half. I would tell you that we would go over point totals, but I'm pretty sure mine aren't going to be anywhere near correct. I can tell you this, that Adam Gutman has 10 points in the first half. It's the best of my knowledge, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
Does it add up to 43
12,
is the question.
14, 15. I don't think so. And Aaron Gutman has 15. So really the Gutmans are leading the way. They have 25 of the combined 43 points. For Trimble County, they were led. Briar Rucker, by my count, had 7 in the first half for Trimble County. Coming up later on, we're going to have Gallatin County taking on Cornerstone Christian. That game will be about 20 minutes or so after this game. And then the nightcap tonight, the ESPN primetime game with Jay Billis and will be on, and Dan Schulman. They're going to come and replace us for the primetime game.
Do we get the 40 Gritton Gymnasium ice cream, though? That's my question.
I don't know. I've been told all we have to do is ask, and we will be taken care of. But it is 43-14 here at the half. And again, coming up tomorrow night, the girls will get in action as it will be Walton Verona taking on Gallatin County. That game will be at 6 o'clock. And then following that, it will be Owen County and Trimble County. The two teams, Williamstown and Eminence, have already advanced to the semifinals. Cornerstone Christian not able to play on the girls' side due to some injuries on their girls' team. And they're just one of those small schools that only is not able to field enough and have enough players to be able to be here for the girls' side. So Williamstown and Eminence already in to the semifinals. Now, we have to talk about what everybody's been talking about the last week. And this is this stupid thing called the Snow Angel Challenge, okay? So I didn't even know what it was until, I don't know, Tuesday, Wednesday, and I started seeing all these people pop up on my Facebook page doing this Snow Angel Challenge. And I thought, gosh, that looks like one of the silliest things I've ever seen. And I thought that until Coach McCarthy and his wife nominated me to do it. And as a good sport, I did it. And I had to nominate someone, and so I felt like it was necessary to nominate you, which, to your credit,
completely unnecessary to nominate me, by the way.
You did it, and it was fun. I, however, and I can't show it to the people, and no one would want to see it anyway, I, however, got hurt.
Is that why you were telling me to be careful and not slip running back into the house?
I was. Now I did it barefoot, like no shoes, no socks, nothing, which was stupid, okay? Because I don't know if you can get frostbite in 25 seconds, but I came pretty close. But as I was running back into the house, I slipped, tripped, I don't know, but I went down, and I went down hard, as they would say. And I didn't realize, so I got in the house, that I was bleeding rather profusely from my leg right above my foot. And my kids were like, because my only two kids that were my 3 kids were at the house. My son was staying up in Northern Kentucky to be close to work. My wife was up in Northern Kentucky with my parents. I scraped up my ankle pretty bad. Like I showed Casey Riley the picture of it, and she said, "Oh my gosh." So I hope that no one has been injured like myself, but I have heard that there have been a few injuries. Did you come out unscathed?
Yes. So I told you in the text that I was going to put my Crocs in 4-wheel drive, and I did. And I made sure to hold on to the railing while walking up the stairs to take my clothes off and get in a hot shower because I was shivering.
Oh, I was too.
Not fun at all. But I will say one thing, that the amount of power I had after that and posting it on Facebook, because yesterday at church I was sitting in Sunday school talking to some of the younger boys. Oh, I mean, they're not boys, they're young men now too, but they're a little younger than me. And they was like, "I swear if you would have nominated me, I would have hated you for the rest of my life," and all this stuff. And I was like, well, see, that's the thing. You were like on the list for the nomination, but I decided not to.
Yeah, it was fun. I saw people out doing it yesterday, and I'm like, man, yesterday would have been easy because it was like 40 degrees. Like,
Oh, yesterday was nice.
I did it when it was, I went out at 9 o'clock in the morning in my bare feet in a half a foot of snow, and it was dumb. It was probably one of the crazier things I've ever done in my life. But yeah, we had to talk about it for a minute tonight. Oh, hey!
She was this far in front of the line, so it's not going to count. Is TJ going to count it?
I don't know. We're waiting on an official ruling.
Okay, they gave it to her.
Winner, concession stand dinner. Now, I mentioned earlier that the winner of the 8th region will advance on to Owensboro to take on the winner of Region 1. Who would that possibly be, you say?
So there's the Paducah schools. There's Mayfield, but Paducah-Tillman is way too big, so that's not going to be them. There's got to be another private school. But then couldn't it reach as far as like Hopkinsville, though?
Yeah, I don't know. I know who won. I wrote it down.
So I know one school, Fulton County. I don't think they won it.
They did not.
Hickman County, are they Class A?
I believe they are, yes.
They're close.
They did not. I'll give you a hint. It starts with an M.
Oh, Murray.
Duh. And they have won it 5 straight times. Their tournament is underway, and I looked before we came on here about an hour or so ago and to their bracket, and nothing has really been updated on it. But Murray, they are the 5-time defending regional champs.
So they play their big region at Murray State in their gym.
So when you look at this,
some more useless basketball knowledge.
No, it's fine. That's what I'm here for.
It's more. I think the more useless part is that I was able to name 2 of those counties outside of like the big Murray, Paducah, Hopkinsville.
Well, it's halftime, so I can say this. I said this earlier that Walton won the 9th region, the first ever 9th region All-A tournament as we know it. And I am pretty sure that I did that game on the radio. They played that game in Regents Hall, and I don't remember completely, but they went on to play in the state tournament at Memorial Coliseum in Lexington. I will not talk about their first-round game. I did not do their first-round game on the radio that I remember. But they won, and we'll talk more about that later. And they went on to, and somebody can correct me again if I'm wrong, but they lost in the quarterfinals to the Maysville Bulldogs, who don't even exist anymore.
As you say, I've been to Maysville a couple times.
And they do not exist anymore. Great game, but I remember it because I got sick. I got a migraine headache and had to step away from the broadcast at halftime. And my dad took me back into a little, office underneath Memorial Coliseum, and I tried to sleep it off, and I got sick because that's what I do when I get a migraine. I'm sure people didn't want to know that, but hey, it's out there now.
I feel you 100%.
And I went back out, and again, somebody could tell me if you're listening. Maysville beat them, and I want to say it was late. I think Maysville got a shot really, really late in that game and I don't know if Walton had a chance to tie it, maybe take. A lot of it's hazy to me because of the migraine. But I remember being in Memorial Coliseum, which they've redone, and it looks amazing now. But I remember for me as a Kentucky fan to go in that building and be able to broadcast a game as a high school student, a senior in high school, was incredible. But yeah, if you can correct me. So they beat St. Henry in 1990 at NKU. Okay. So thank you again to Mark Klinkenbeard. And don't tell me, I know who they beat in the first round of the state tournament, but we're going to talk about that later because there's some irony involved in it. And I'm pretty sure it was Maysville, but like I said, I just don't remember. But the 9th region tournament was held for a long time there at Regents Hall. So little did I know that I would be later doing NKU basketball in Regents Hall. So
all that just to end up doing Owen County High School basketball.
Hey, I love it, and all that to say that I'm kind of old. that I remember the first All-A state tournament.
We need to get us Paul Rogers and Bob Valvon on
Okay.
the radio show.
All right, so thank you again to Mark Linkenbeard. Yes, it was Maysville, and it was in double overtime. I knew it was close, but I just couldn't remember enough to, like I said, I had a migraine, and I felt terrible, and had they won, they would have gone on the next day, obviously, to play in the semis, and I would have been able to do the game on the radio. But Gary Ball was my radio partner, and if anybody knows the Ball Report from like Lexington and some of those stations, he was one of the guys who helped me get into radio. Here's a layup bucket, good, as Wyatt Shear takes it straight to the hole and scores. So that's a little boring history about me.
There's another turnover.
So the running clock is what?
35, I believe.
And we're going to get there, as there's a shot up and in again by Wyatt Shearer.
And another timeout with 43 seconds into the second half.
The winner, the state tournament winner of that year was University Heights, who beat Owsley County 75-59. And I think, and again, Mark, tell me again, I think if Maysville would have won, or if Walton would have won, I think they might have played University Heights in the semis. But I'm not sure on that. But I am full of all kinds of useless information. And I am told that quite frequently by my family.
I couldn't imagine why.
Hey, it's 48-14. I'm doing my best here. Gallatin and Cornerstone coming up next, and then Owen and Williamstown, the nightcap. There's another turnover. And all Brent Welty can do is just stand there with his arms folded to try to encourage his kids. You know, I think, and never been a coach, I don't have any boring stories about being a coach, but I would think, and I've heard coaches say, as there's a blocking foul, that these are hard games to coach on both sides. When you're up big, it's kind of hard to coach. When you're down big, I mean, when you think about both sides of the scoreboard right now, what do you say?
Well, if you're Walton, of course, you want your players, like your starters, and maybe even like your top 7 players, you still want them to have minutes.
Yes.
But you also don't want them to get hurt either. This could be a game that they could get hurt in. You don't want a season or maybe even a career-ending injury occurring if you're Walton.
But you're right, because
but you still want to get them reps in. You know, there's still some things you can work on, and, you know,
and you're still working off the rust.
Points.
You're still working off the rust from not having played in a while.
Yeah, I mean, these teams haven't played in a week and a half, and now they're playing in a tournament. That looked like a walk to me, a little stutter step.
3 ball up, no good. Rebound, Gutman. I tell you what, he could have about 40 points right now. Oh.
And if you're Trimble, you know, you kind of want to get something going, but you also want the game to be over.
Yeah.
I hate to put the writing on the wall.
We're just a couple of 3 points away from that running clock. 2 points, I think.
I believe it's the second half when that kicks in.
So,
if I'm not mistaken, I don't.
We're in the third quarter. So let's see. We'll find out right now. Gutman 3, no good. Rebound, Rucker. Almost a steal, and it was almost take-home Dylan Pennant, or excuse me, it was almost take-home Cole Dryden night over there on the scorer's table. I thought for a second he was going to go Derek Jeter and go flying into the first row.
Yeah,
but
he would have taken out the official scorekeeper, Chad Smith, there, and that would not have been good. But it's a good thing we got a new scorer's table as well, because if it was the old one, it would have all went sliding back into the bleachers.
Dryden with a steal, the layup, and then the dunk put back. The big guy, Aaron Gutman, cleaning up at the rack. 50-14, and that is 36. So let's see. Here's a 3, corner, or wing, no good. Rebound tapped back to Dryden. He gets tripped up incidentally, and it's in the hands of Trimble. Nice pass, Rucker back. And, man, they are all over you.
Now, I could be wrong on this, too. Once it goes running clock, it doesn't stop. Again.
Yeah, it is running. It is running.
And that might just be like a weird fourth quarter rule, or I could be daydreaming about that, too. But I'm pretty sure once it starts, it does not start again.
Okay, so I really – Mark Klinkenbeard is my new favorite guy on here. Owsley beat Maysville, so had Walton won that night, they would have played Owsley County. So thank you again. Cole Dryden gives it off on the wing. Oh, nice pass back down to Dryden. He scores. And
that's going to be the last time out.
I was going to say, that's got to be the last time out. 52-14 your score. I think it is pretty safe to say that Walton's going to advance to take on Eminence in the semifinals. The winner of the Gallatin Cornerstone game will play the winner of the Owen Williamstown game. And if things go the way we think they will go, and who knows, it could be another Owen Gallatin game in the All-A, which is not unfamiliar. Both cheerleaders are here. I've always wondered, if you're the cheerleaders of the team that only has 14, what do you say? Defense?
I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to get in trouble with my mother when I get home.
No, I'm being a little bit like, you're supposed to be like keeping your team pumped, but like, what do you say? Yes.
Yes, that is the plan.
We are going to stand here and talk. Someone just walked by and said, what are you going to do, stand here and talk for the next 6 hours? And the answer to that is affirmative. We are. And Mark Klinkenbeard is going to make me look super smart as these next couple of games goes on. There's another turnover. Walton has it, 4.5 to go. Shear puts one up. Nope. Rebound to Trimble.
So Paul Rogers and Bob Valvano did their radio show like the entire game from their cell phones the other day. We need to figure out a way to do that. And like, not because it would be good, but like so we could have like callers.
Like the KSR, like a live call-in show during the game?
Do like a call-in show.
Well, we could do what they do.
Do like a little halftime.
Do what they could, what they do on ESPN during the college football, as I mentioned the other night. You have the guys in the booth. Well, you could do a Manning cast. You and your dad could sit down there and do, what would you call that?
Yeah, good luck trying to talk him into that.
Gutman, spin move, left-handed or right-handed off the left side. Good. He's a nice player. He's just too much for Trimble County to handle. And I tell you what, there's a nice pass. Rucker short-armed it, though. Missed it. Gutman's just a lot for a lot of teams to handle. He can handle the basketball. He hasn't been great shooting tonight from the outside, but he is tough to stop as he goes again and scores another one, 56-14. 3 minutes to go. Rucker missed it. He's had two right at the rim. He's not able to convert. It's another offensive rebound. There's a three on the way. No good. Walton hasn't shot it particularly well from three-point range. That's been the one knock on their game tonight. Here's another one, and I say that, and he knocks it down. Wyatt Shearer knocks it down. And we're going to get a lot of substitutions. 59-14. That was not an official timeout, although they did stop the clock just to let the subs come in. Clock still running, as it will the rest of the night. 59-14. Here's a 3-ball, airborne, no good. That was Trenton Keller. And the rebound comes back down, Walton on the move. Nice fake, trying to drop it off in the paint down there. I'm going to have to get that young man's name. It was Cottrell. My bad.
Oh, good move there.
Good move, missed it. Nice fake, good pass. Even these reserve guys who don't get a ton of minutes, they run the offense still pretty well. And there's a three-pointer up and in, and that is Deuce Shear with a triple. 62-14 at 43 seconds. 3-ball, no good. Rebound Walton. And then it's thrown right back to Trimble County. That's Jacoby Clark with the ball.
Shoot it.
Oh, that's out of bounds off the knee of Trimble County's Drake Penix. If Walton takes their time on this substitution, they may not have to throw it in.
Looks to be their game plan.
I think it is. And that's going to do it. Third quarter is going to come to an end. Walton leads it 62-14.
Looks like we're going to be about 8 minutes behind schedule.
Well, my question is, and it has been, if these games get finished, will they just go 20 minutes, or do you have to wait till the start time before you can actually start the next game?
It would just be 20 minutes probably, because they're not going to start early. The next game starts at 7, right? It's 6:38 right now.
Well, let me make an announcement. Breaking news. Dun, 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 dun. Here we go. I will read it right off my phone. Good evening. Due to the condition of several bus turnarounds, which makes it unsafe, Owen County Schools will not hold in-person classes on Tuesday, January 14th. This will be NTI Day number 5. However, a big however, I got to take my pajama pants off and get to put some real clothes on because staff has to report.
Well, see, that's how I felt today. So, like, anytime Owen County is out of school for weather, I don't have to work from home. Franklin County was in school today, which wouldn't matter, but they kept our new system training for today, so I still had to go in.
So I am actually cool with that. I'm okay, but if, again, in all seriousness, Owen County Schools not in session tomorrow. It's an NTI Day number 5 as there's a three-pointer that is up and in, and that is number 22, Tatum Thornberry, 65-14. And I frankly have no idea who the leading scorer is going to be. I'm going to say it's Aaron Gutman for Walton. As by my count, he's going to finish with about 21 points. So another NTI Day for Owen County.
Maybe that Trimble County player knows what he's doing too.
So the question then would beg, and I tell you what, I do not envy our superintendent, Reggie Taylor, and having to make these decisions.
He does an excellent job, though.
He absolutely does. And the question that comes, and when you get as much snow as we have, you know, you talk about some of these roads and these turnarounds, it is going to be perhaps below 0 Wednesday morning. So it's not like it's going to get any better.
Well, it's going to be
Walton scores again.
It's definitely going to be below 0 tomorrow.
So I do love NTI though, because I don't want to have to go to school in June. And there's a reach-in foul on Elijah Portwood. And another substitution as Colton Serp will get in the game, SEARP. Nice turnaround jumper. That is no good, however. That was Jacoby Clark. Here's a long three by Keller, no good. And it's saved. It will stay with Trimble. Trimble County on the night, by my count, only has one three-pointer. And if you're keeping track at home, they have not scored yet here in the second half. I wasn't going to say it. And there's another turnover, but I just looked down at my score sheet and realized that in the third quarter I didn't put anything down point-wise. And then I looked up and said, wait a minute, it hasn't changed. Three ball, no good. Rebound controlled by Trimble. 5 minutes to go. So the story to follow here in these last 5 minutes is, will Trimble score? And you got to be kidding me.
There it is.
They've had so many open looks right at the basket, and you get Silas Sandusky, who's kind of falling down and throws one up, and it goes in. Good for them. Here's a three. That's no good. Ball loose on the floor, and it's controlled by Trimble. I would love to see the three-point shooting tonight for Walton, because it's one area where I'm sure they would love to improve on, because it hasn't been great. But defensively, they have forced about 100 turnovers, it feels like, and rebounding-wise, about that many offensive boards.
Now, could it be a situation like Louisville where they just shoot so many, they still make a bunch, and you just don't realize it? Like, it looks like they're shooting terrible from three.
Let's see, coming into tonight, they were 36% free throw shooting, or a three-point shooting team.
Which, I mean, it's not awful. I mean, it's not bad for high school.
My count, I only have them making three on the night. So
then that theory doesn't stand.
As Elijah Portwood gets a layup on the other end, 69-16. Nice pass. No good. So that's what I mean. They've had so many like that, but he comes down the lane a second ago and throws one up, falling down, and it goes in. It has been that kind of night for Trimble County. They've had some good passes, some good-looking shots that just haven't fallen. And I'm not suggesting it would have made a difference. I'm just saying they've done some nice things tonight offensively at times. Drake Penix, nice little move. No good on the shot. Again, made a good move, just didn't finish. You look at this team, though, we said it, just 3 seniors, a couple of 8th graders, several freshmen. Three ball, too long. Rebound, and that's going to be a foul on Walton. 2:23 to go. Well, you're very welcome. Abby Dryden, the mom of Cole Dryden. A little special thanks for us doing the games tonight. Know them from my time working up at a church in Independence, Kentucky. Not Missouri, just Independence, Kentucky. Cole, a pretty good baseball player as well. Had a nice game tonight. Not a ton of points, but, man, he got after it defensively. Their daughter will be in action tomorrow night when Walton's in here taking on Gallatin. 72-16. We are 90 seconds away from the final buzzer. And I'm going to tell you right now what's going to happen is we're going to turn our mics down. We're going to leave the feed up. Well, I'm going to get some pasta.
Absolutely.
And maybe a cookie or 5. And then we'll be back with about 10 minutes or so to go on the clock, 7, 8, 9, 10, somewhere in that range. And we'll get you settled for the second game tonight, Gallatin County and Cornerstone Christian. That's a pretty good – oh, how's that not a carry? I guess he just didn't want to blow the whistle. And the 3 is no good. I'm kind of glad that didn't go in a way because he carried, and now Walton's just going to dribble it out. It was a pretty good job to break the press, and then when he did, he had the high dribble. See if Walton even shoots again. I would be shocked. And Trimble, for some reason, fouls. Now, will Walton stall long enough to have to inbound this? They got 20 seconds to burn off. I don't think they can this time. Well, maybe.
I think the ref kind of helped out with that a little bit, with the ball rolling down to the baseline, then rolling back. Just don't foul, Trimble. I mean,
6 seconds to go. Walton's going to win it 72-16. Again, a big night from Aaron Gutman for Walton. He finishes with, by my count, and I know I'm probably not right, 21 points for Walton tonight as Aaron Gutman had a pretty good contest. As Adam Gutman finishes with 10. Wyatt Shear, 2, 4, 6, 9, 10 as well. It was just a complete domination tonight by the Walton Verona Bearcats. They will advance on to take on Eminence. And that game will be Wednesday night at 6 o'clock right here in the Floyd E. Gritton Gymnasium. So what we're going to do is we're going to mute ourselves, which I'm sure for many of you can't come soon enough.
I've talked about some game, like Louisville games, just watching it on mute and then listening to like Paul Rogers or something, because the announcers can – you know how announcers can be in college basketball. So I like to think that's what people do for us. They just listen to it on silent.
Yes. Well, we're going to take a break. We'll be back in a few minutes and get you set up for Game 2 tonight between Gallatin County and Cornerstone Christian. For Ray Howard, I'm Brian Blair. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Jump back on here as we're going to be joined by Walton Verona head coach Mike Hester to talk about their big win tonight over Trimble County. And Coach, first of all, thanks for coming up.
Absolutely.
Is it hard to coach a game like that?
No. I think with the magnitude of the game, I think our guys were ready. We played Newport last night, didn't go as we planned, obviously. And I think our guys were kind of juiced and ready to go, and looking forward to tonight.
Good, good. How has it been? You said you guys got to play last night. How's it been during the weather? We talked a little bit about it, with teams having a hard time getting into gyms. I mean, what's that like for these kids to just kind of sit around and, drink Coke and play video games all day?
That's the truth. That's exactly what they do. We try to make a rule to tell them they got to be up by 10 o'clock every day just to make sure they're up doing something. But, I mean, they're kids. They're going to sleep in. They do what they want to do. But the weather last week, it felt like COVID again. It really did. I didn't know. I'm waiting until 10 o'clock in the morning to find out what if we're going to be able to get in the gym or whatnot. So it was kind of just everybody, at the mercy of our superintendent. But it reminded me of COVID. Took me back to that time of just not knowing what to expect or what was going to be next. And I know it's hard for the kids, but they did a great job of, we didn't have guys miss practice this week, which thankfully we were able to get in some couple days. But it was just nice to get back in the gym after, a couple days of the weather.
What is it about this tournament for you guys? 6 of the last 8 you guys have won. What is it about this group of guys, your teams who get up, it seems like, for this time of the year?
They do. I try to make our schedule as hard as I can. Mm-hmm. I tell people all the time, I don't care about wins and losses. To me, all I worry about is getting our team prepared and ready to go for, obviously, the All-A and then district tournament time. So we've been through some battles. We played Ashland. We played Lloyd. We played Newport. We've played some teams. And like I said, I think after last night's performance that we had, we didn't play the way we wanted to or that we're capable of. And I think our guys were just hungry to get going again after we had that long break of just being able to get back to playing basketball, doing what we do.
I know coaches, you win by a big amount, but there's always something that you gotta talk about to your team. The one thing, I didn't think you guys shot it particularly well from three-point range.
Awful.
And I was wondering if that's the one thing, because defensively you guys were really good. You got to the glass really good, but that was the one area from my vantage point that I was like, yeah.
And that's what we talked about there in the locker room too. At halftime, we were 28% from the field, and we were 18% from the three. And the positive that we had is we went up 2% from the field goal and the three in the second half. So hopefully we build on that and come back Wednesday and find a little bit of confidence. But yeah, we did not shoot the ball great tonight. And to be honest with you, the last 3 games, that's kind of been what has happened to us. But we're good shooters, man. I tell our guys all the time. Last week we were a top 5 team in the state and made threes. We just don't lose it.
Yeah.
I tell our guys, it just didn't go anywhere. We just got to get back to being who we are and finding that confidence.
What about Eminence tomorrow night?
Wednesday night, I think. Right?
I'm sorry,
okay,
yes.
Okay, I was about to say, hold on.
No. I'm so mixed up on the days and what we're doing too. So, no, Wednesday night, I'm sorry.
Right now, we're trying to focus on ourselves, and like I told you, we're going to build off the 2%, both areas, and hopefully we come in with some confidence, able to make some shots. When we make shots, we get things going, we create some turnovers. But the big thing right now is we got to get our guys to find some confidence, be ready to roll.
Sweet, go get some pasta.
I'm going to see what I can do.
All right, man, thank you very much. Good luck. All right, head coach Mike Hester giving us a couple of minutes of his time. We appreciate it. After his team took care of Trimble County tonight in the opening game, 72-16. His son got the Jaden Daniels jersey on. A big win last night for the Commanders, taking care of the Bucks down in Tampa. Of course, next Monday night, a big one, and we'll get a chance to talk about it as Ohio State takes on Notre Dame. And we'll have some time to talk about it. But we had some chicken. You had chicken Alfredo. And
very good.
And a sugar cookie. I'm ready, man. I'm ready to do this again. So we're going to do that here in a moment as we'll get you set. As Cornerstone Christian from Shelbyville gets set to take on Gallatin County. But
I was really shocked to see this team on the not based on their size, but just you don't really hear about them that much, especially in the athletics sense,
They played in the tournament last year, and in fact, they played Gallatin.
Probably explains why we didn't hear about them, because we weren't in it.
In this tournament, but they played Gallatin. And then their only other meeting that I could find, and I spoke to their athletic director this morning on the phone, and very nice of him to call me back. I called and left a message at school. But the last time they have played was on January 2nd of last year, 2024, and Gallatin won 74-22. The only other meeting between these two schools, you have to go back to December 11th of 2001, and Gallatin won that game 75-55. Nice game. As Gallatin County comes in 8-5 under the direction of head coach Vance Sullivan. Cornerstone was 5-3, and they are under the tutelage of Jason Bradshaw. Now, let me say before we get going here, Cornerstone Christian Academy is located in Shelbyville, Kentucky. The school started in 1984, so the fall of '84 was its first year of existence. And I apologize that I can't remember what it was called. It was not always been Cornerstone Christian. It was started by a church, and it went by that church's name for a while, and now it is Cornerstone Christian Academy. And at the time, they only had 33 students and 6 faculty. They now have a few more than that. They have 45 students in their high school as of right now, and their head coach is Jason Bradshaw. He is in his 4th season. And just to give you a little bit, and like I said, we don't talk about them a whole lot. This is my first time ever seeing them, but they did beat Carroll in their opener and lost to Eminence. So they have played a couple of teams in the 31st district as we talk about that. Their last game was against Foundation Christian Academy, and they won 64-63. That was in the Portland Christian Schools Holiday Classic. And the last time Gallatin played was in the BSN Borderline Classic at Whitley County, where they lost to Whitley County in overtime, 67-63. One thing we know about Gallatin County, and honestly, when looking up some statistics about Cornerstone, is Gallatin is a team, Braden, that when they have an opportunity to shoot the three, they're going to let it fly. And we saw them in here earlier this year against Owen County Unite when they just shot the absolute lights out. But Cornerstone Christian, in their 8 games, they've taken 191 threes. So both these teams are going to fire it up a lot from deep, it looks like, tonight.
Yeah, so looking at this, we're going to be probably keeping an eye on senior Edison Hendricks, leading scorer for the Bulldogs, almost averaging 15 points a game. Actually, in the last game, I think our sources are kind of mixed up because I had Portland Christian in the PCS Holiday Classic where they actually won 64-63. But Edison Hendricks, again, had 25 points.
Yep. And
there was also 2 others in double digits. Samuel Tackett with 16 and Will Burkhead with 12. Now, looking at Gallatin on the other side, they took a loss against Whitley County in overtime, actually, 67-63. Leading scorer for the Wildcats on the year, Matthew Griffin, almost 21 points a game. He had 24 points and 6 rebounds in that last game, but Andrew Brinker had 21 points and 10 rebounds. So looking to see a lot of scoring potentially from both sides tonight.
Gallatin County comes in having lost 2 of their last 3, and of course, as we talked about, that was at the Borderline Classic down there at Whitley County. Twice this year, Gallatin County has had a 3-game winning streak. If they could put together a 3-game winning streak this week, they'd be the All-A 8th Region champs.
And they very well could be. They're a very well-coached team, a very team-minded team, I guess I could say that. That sounds kind of probably English teachers wouldn't approve of that. But they do. They share the ball. They're a good 3-point shooting team. They can attack the inside, and they're pretty aggressive. Should be pretty similar to what we saw with Walton earlier.
Yeah, I was very impressed when Gallatin was in here back in December against Owen County. I was very impressed about the fact of how well, as you said, Gallatin shared the basketball. I mean, it was just very unselfish, They make the extra pass. They're always looking to get a better shot than what they have. And so, yes, I was very impressed with them. And that night, they just were incredible shooting the ball. Look at Gallatin County. They've won the All-A 7 times. There are only 2 8th region teams who have ever reached the finals of the All-A state tournament. Gallatin County is one of them. Do you know the other? We just saw them.
Oh, well,
Walton is the only other team on the boys' side to reach.
Girls' side, Walton did it like 2 years in a row.
They did it like 3 years in a row.
And then the next year, Owen County made the finals and ended up winning.
Yep. In fact, and we'll talk more about this tomorrow night, but in fact, Owen and Walton are the only 2 schools from the 8th region ever win the All-A state tournament. So. So I don't have the starter, so I'm listening along with you. All right, so I got the starters along with hopefully you and everybody else. First of all, for Gallatin County, they will be the visitor on the scoreboard tonight. They're going to start Matthew Griffin, Ian Wilson, Andrew Brinker, Nick Skidmore, and Landon Smith. For Cornerstone, their starting 5 looks like this: Edison Hendricks, Samuel Tackett, Waylon White, Casey Biddle, and Will Burkhead. We're about set to go. Gallatin in blue, Cornerstone in white. It's Bulldogs, Wildcats.
And that little pre-tip song kind of felt like Big East at Freedom Hall.
Well, they had a little welcome to the jungle before the first game. Here's a long 3, no good. Rebound comes down to Cornerstone, and that's Hendricks. That's the guy we'll be watching a lot tonight, I'm sure. He's a senior. And pass a little too hot to handle right there by Skidmore, and it goes out of bounds. We're just underway, Gallatin County and Cornerstone Christian. Got some folks listening to us from Fleming County tonight. Here's a high arching 3 that he knew he missed Burkhead because he went after it. You know as a shooter when you miss it and you start immediately going to get the rebound, that's not a good thing. Griffin has it knocked away, gets it back.
There's that extra pass.
Yep, and there's the 3. Absolutely, and Landon Smith drained it, and it's 3-0. Hendricks, nice pass and a better block. Matthew Griffin went up and blocked it, and we're going to get a travel as Will Burkhead thought he had an easy bucket, and Griffin said, no, you don't.
That would have been a good time where that extra pass wasn't needed.
Yes. There's another good pass. Here's Griffin, 3-pointer, no. Rebound controlled by Gallatin County, and then it's turned over, and it's going to be another turnover as Cornerstone just threw that a little bit too far, trying to get it out to Samuel Tackett, but the pass was a little bit too far out in front, and it's a turnover. Not a bad idea, but not a great pass. Here's another three. That one's hard off the back iron. Gallatin coming out a little bit cold, getting good looks.
Have they made a 2-point attempt yet?
No. Here's a three. Hendricks no good. Rebound controlled by Gallatin. That's Brinker. Griffin driving in. There's your 2-point attempt, up and in. Nice play, Matthew Griffin. That's a nice thing about his game, too, and we noticed that when they played in here. If you go out to defend the three, he can put it on the deck and go around you like he did right there. Little pressure here being applied by Gallatin. Now they drop back into a man-to-man. Biddle going to work. Takes it all the way in. Got the layup. Strong move. Might have gotten away with a foul. A lot of contact, no call.
And see, I'm not sure how that's a no call there.
I do agree. It has to be something you feel like, but 5-2. Gallatin on top. We're 3 minutes in. Griffin again puts it on the floor. Extra pass, another pass. 3 ball good. That's his second of the night. Landon Smith. I mean, that ball, again, it just doesn't stick. It's in your hands and on to the next player as quick as they can do it. There's a block.
See, I don't know about that one either. It's kind of like a jump ball, too. It could go either way each time, either a jump ball or a foul. Like, this is either a block or a charge. Well, I guess in this case, it's either a no call, too. There's 3 options with that. But
well, that would have been close because as Hendricks misses the free throw, that would have been close because where that contact took place, if you had the little circle, the little restricted area like they do in college and the NBA, he would have been close to being in it, and that would be a block. And maybe that's what the official – I mean, obviously it's not there.
Yeah. I'm honestly kind of surprised that that's not been implemented into high school sport.
I think it will come. I really do eventually because when I was talking to some of the Walton guys before their game, talking about their young man who's hurt, and that is kind of what happened to him. There's a 3 by Matthew Griffin, good, and it's 11-3, where he went up for a dunk and somebody was pretty far under the basket, and he came down and broke his wrist. So I think that will come, and we've talked a little bit about that in a shot clock, but I think that will come before a shot clock will, as there's a layup no good from Burkhead.
When you look at all the injuries that happened there close to the rim, too.
It's Biddle with the basketball. He's a nice-looking player. 3 ball. Hendricks, no good. Short. He's got a little bit of game, Casey Biddle. Smith, little step back 3, no. And I said, when Gallatin County has an opportunity to shoot a 3, they do not hesitate. I mean, that is just what they do. And you talked about it. Maybe some people would say, well, you shoot too many 3s, but that's what they do. There's Biddle again over on the wing. Nice crossover to get by Griffin. Laid it up too strong. That was a nice move. Couldn't finish. Landon Smith takes it in, lays it up and in. Excuse me, that is Andrew Brinker. I apologize. And we're going to get a timeout. (13-3). Well, I don't know the answer to this. This is not the trivia question, but I don't know the answer to this. But as I was going down and looking at past winners of the All-A State basketball tournament, my attention immediately went to 1993 when, and I hope I say this right, Dilce Combs defeated Fulton County 68-67 in overtime.
Timeout. That finals,
In the finals, 19.
Fulton County.
Dills Combs beat Fulton County. That's what it says.
Wow.
68-67 in overtime. If somebody out there listening can tell me, because again, I just didn't have a chance, I didn't look it up, where Dills Combs is or was, because I don't think it still exists, I would be much appreciative. There's another air ball and a foul, and this is going to stay here, because they're going to get, I believe, Skidmore for a block.
And again, it's weird that Fulton County is coming up again. I know people who live in Fulton County, and like it doesn't. I'm gonna have to ask some questions next time I talk to them.
All right.
But I don't know.
Well, I'm hoping my guy Mark Klinkenbeard might still be listening.
That one would be just an obscure fact to know, like even by your standards.
I don't know. 13-3, Gallatin leads it. Griffin pull up three, no good. Rebound comes down to Cornerstone. Yeah, I happened to see something about it, and then I looked at this and man, where's that school? I've never heard of it. There's a fortunate play for Cornerstone. Nice pass, layup, no good. Rebound, Gallatin. Shoo, that was another opportunity as Hendricks and Tackett had something going and they couldn't score. That's 2 or 3 shots that Cornerstone just hasn't been able to make that would make this a little closer than what it is as we get a foul.
How do you spell it? I'm curious.
Dilce. Combs. I mean, I could have just Googled it, I guess, but Isaiah Allen, or excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong roster. Julio Martinez into the game.
This gets even crazier. Do you know the city it's in?
No.
Well, it was in
I don't know.
Jeff, Kentucky.
Really?
It's spelled exact like Jeff.
And Biddle again, he's strong to the rim, and he just cannot convert.
Hazard. So,
okay, three-pointer up and in.
They went the foremost western school in the state to one of the foremost eastern schools in the state.
Dills Combs.
It's a Memorial High School. I didn't look into all the details.
Well, thank you. So up between the quarters, we'll have our trivia question tonight. Again, a little all-A trivia theme.
There would be about 9 hours in between those two schools.
So I'm not sure who N8 is, but they said Dills Combs was in Perry County. So thank you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for answering. There's a 3, no good off the front of the rim, and a foul on Gallatin. You know what? It's 16-3, but Cornerstone's had some good opportunities to score the basketball, and they just have not been able to. It's like there's a lid on the rim right now. They're playing hard, and it's not being paid off.
Yeah, unfortunately, the shots just aren't falling for them. But
and they're not bad shots.
A lot of that has to do with Gallatin County's pressure.
Sure. Three-pointer, corner, good. Oh, my. Landon Smith, that is his 4th 3 here in the first quarter, and it is 19-3. Hendricks gets across for Cornerstone to Biddle. He's double-teamed. And somehow Hendricks bails him out, and a pass knocked out of bounds. You're exactly right, and it's a lot from the first game where the pressure is really being put on by Gallatin County.
Oh, there is a Wildcat in the gym now.
Okay, so Dills Combs merged with MC Napier to form Perry County. Perry County Central, excuse me. 1 second left. Will Griffin get it off? No way. That would have been an incredible shot had that gone in. But we have played the first 8 minutes, and it is 19-3. And there is The 8th Region JV Coach of the Year, Mr. Chad McDonald, in the house. Been a long time. So we do have our trivia question of the night. This is kind of a layup. This is a little bit of a layup tonight. As I mentioned before, Gallatin County and Walton are the only two 8th Region teams to ever reach the finals of the state tournament. Gallatin County reached the championship game in 1999. Simple question, who beat them? Who defeated Gallatin County in the 1999 championship game of the All-A State tournament? Because they are the only other team that made it to the finals.
What does it say? What region?
No. And again, don't say it out loud yet. Let's see if we can get, and don't look like you did last time.
Well, I mean, that was in my top 3 anyways.
And then if you know who beat Walton, because Walton went to the finals in 2018, and they also lost there in the championship game, if you know who they were defeated by in 2018. So basically it's a 2-part question. Who beat Gallatin in 1999 to win the title? Who beat Walton in 2018 to win the title?
And these are both boys?
Yes. All the girls' trivia is tomorrow. This is strictly 8th Region boys. Pull up 3, top of the circle, no good. As we're underway here in the second half, that was Will Burke, or second quarter, that was Will Burkhead. And
just some more useless information. Fulton County High School in Dilsey Combs, however you say it, 413 miles is the quickest route between them. 6 hours and 14 minutes.
Woo! Mark Klinkenbeard has the correct answer. He's my guy.
Let's see, in 99.
1999. There is an Owen County connection, actually. I'm pretty sure. Thought Landon Smith was going to try for his 5th of the night, and guess what? Landon Smith wears 21. He is 2 3-pointers away from matching that total. He has 5 already, and it's 15 for the game. He has 15 of the 22 Gallatin County points. Little heat check. Oh, I thought he was going to pull up. And I think he thought about it as well.
He probably should have.
And then he threw it away. Give it back to him. Give it to him. Nope, they're going to give the layup. The reverse layup is good by Andrew Brinker.
The thing about these All-A questions, though, is because the All-A is so fluid.
Okay. And
because some teams are in it some years and some aren't. So, Owen County is a good example. Now, Carroll County the past 2 years.
So Mark Klinkenbeard has them both. Man, if there were only prizes, like legitimate prizes, like he's the Ken Jennings of our All-A Classic trivia. He's going to get to host the show before long. 24-3. All right, I'm going to give you Walton's. Ball knocked out way out of bounds. Walton played in the championship.
What year was that? Hold on.
2018.
2018.
Yeah, Walton played in the finals.
I should know this one.
I'm surprised you don't know the Gallatin one.
A part of me wants to say, Holy Cross.
No. Matthew Griffin doing a little dribbling exhibition. Here's a 3-ball up top. Good. That is Ian Wilson.
So they've got my theory of the 3-point shooting down tonight. They've taken a lot, but they've made a lot,
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They already have 7 threes as a team. And, of course, Landon Smith has 5 of them. Lexington Christian Academy beat Walton 47-41 in 2018. Now, let's go back. I'm going to give you one more chance at who beat Gallatin. I think I'm right.
1999.
In 1999, and you got to go back to Owen County, 1996, I believe.
Yes, that was my mother's senior year. I remember hearing stories about it being a big snowstorm
Yes.
and having issues getting down there.
That was my wife's senior year. Oh, what a pass to Griffin. He missed it. Put back up and in, and that is good by Nick Skidmore. And we're going to get a stoppage of play as a couple guys went down. What a pass.
Can I phone a friend?
No.
Dang.
Who did Owen County lose to in the semifinals in 96?
I don't know. I wasn't even thought of at 96.
Hopkinsville.
Yeah, see, I would have never got that.
No, it's not Hopkinsville, but the school's in Hopkinsville, I believe. UH. University Heights.
Yeah, see,
And that's who I believe beat Owen County in 96 in the semis. Of course, I wasn't around. I mean, I was around, but I wasn't around here at the time. So University Heights beat Gallatin 54-46. It was their second straight title, and they won 3 of the 4 previous. And they've actually won it. University Heights has won it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times.
That's got to be up there for the most.
Yeah,
right?
as far as I know, it is. I mean, I'd have to count. Newport Central Catholic has 1, 2, 3, 4. St. Henry has 1, 2, 3. Harlan's won it a couple times. Lex Cath has won it a couple times. Shelby Valley. They had a couple of real good teams. I think Shelby Valley, and again, Mark, check me because I don't have it right in front of me. Shelby Valley won the state tournament, the Sweet 16 at some point in there, and it might have been one of those 2 years, the 2009-2010 team. And then I think University Heights may have won both or played in the finals of both, or seems like somebody in the early 90s won both. Maybe it was Lex Cath. I'm not sure. 30-3. Biddle working hard, gets to the rim, no good, and he's fouled, and that foul is going to be on Jamie Brockman. AC Biddle has the only field goal of the night for Cornerstone. The only other point came on an Edison Hendricks free throw as Biddle knocks that one in. Second one, good. 4 points for Biddle. 30-5. Here's a 3 up and in. That's good. That is good by Ian Wilson, and that's his second of the night. I don't know what the record is for most threes in an 8th Region All-A tournament game, but Landon Smith has 5, and now Ian Wilson has 3, or has 2. Wonder what the team record for that would be, because Gallatin already has 8. Because there's a nice give and go and a little basket from Waylon White. Driving, no good. Rebound, Cornerstone. Out of bounds, it'll stay with the Bulldogs. What was Dilscomb's mascot? I want to know now. And are you going to look it up?
I'm going to go back to the Google search.
All right, we've got a ball on the floor. Biddle comes away with it, muscles one up, and gets fouled. I do like his game. He's playing hard. He's a junior, Casey Biddle. Free throw no good. I'm going to go ahead and throw this out there as well. You go back to 1990 when the state tournament first was played.
Panthers.
Thank you. The Dilse Combs Panthers. Second free throw good. You can actually, on eBay, buy 1990 trading cards. There's a triple by Matthew Griffin. You can actually buy trading cards that have some of the leading players from that tournament in it. I don't have them, and I did not. If my wife's watching, I didn't buy one. I just want you to know, but it's going to be deflected, so it's not over and back. Good defense out there by Martinez on Biddle, and he comes away with the steal. Will he make another one? Yes, he does. Wow. As Dan Patrick used to say on SportsCenter, Landon Smith is un fuego. (39-8). That is the 6th three-pointer from Landon Smith. And there's a steal by Matthew Griffin. He's going to go all the way to the rim, draw some contact. No. Rebound put back up and in by Andrew Brinker. 41-8. 2:25 to go in the first half. (11 threes in the first half as Griffin will add to his total with a steal and a score. The pick 2, as I like to call it. I'm surprised that hasn't caught on, to be honest. No, I'm just kidding. I don't want to see Gallatin run up the score, and I'm not advocating, but I want to see how many Landon Smith can make. He has 6.
He's hot right now.
He has 6 already. And again, I don't know if there is a record for most threes in an all-A regional game here. He wants it, and he's going to take it. Will he get another one? He does not. What is wrong with him? Get him out, coach. He's cold. There's Martinez putting it up and in.
We need a research team.
Woo! What we do, Mark Klinkenbeard.
Well, yeah.
We got another note here. He says, you're jogging my memory, but I think that Lexcath and UH met in the finals of the All-A and the Sweet 16. And yes, they split that year. I wasn't brave enough to say that, but I thought that was the case. And I think that's the only time it's happened when both teams played in the All-A final and then played in the Sweet 16 final. I tell you what, if I'm ever on that show about millionaires, whatever, where you can phone a friend, I'm calling Mark Klinkenbeard. Here's the ball knocked out of bounds with 1:04. He is my phone a friend on sports, on All-A Classic Trivia. It's what is that show called?
Me and the superintendent kind of matching.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Here's a 3 ball. That is good. That is Samuel Tackett, and it is 45-11. Three ball corner, no good, too strong. That was Evan Frazier. Pass all the way across the floor. Good catch by Andrew Brinker to keep that alive. Landon Smith.
He wants to shoot.
He does. Because I think he's got to be thinking,
here
he goes. That was way off. Did that get deflected or? Biddle going to the rim, and he puts it up and in. That time, the young man's hard work paid off, Casey Biddle. 45-13. Get him one more look, because I don't think he's going to play much in the second half. Nope, 3 ball good. Oh, my goodness. Andrew Brinker, and that is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11th three-pointer here in the first half, and Gallatin County leads it over Cornerstone Christian 48-13 at the half. I do know this. I do not want to play horse against anybody on the Gallatin County roster. Good turnout here tonight as we're at halftime of this second game of the 8th Region All-A Classic. Coming up right after this will be Owen County and Williamstown. The home team will get their play, get their game in.
Got any college basketball tonight?
I'm looking.
I know there's a bunch tomorrow night. Like the SEC has 3 or 4 games that are all top 25 matchups, which is not hard to do this year in the SEC when they're all pretty much ranked.
Got some Big Ten action going on right now. Minnesota leads Maryland 42-35. It's hard for me to say that UCLA and Rutgers is a Big Ten game, but it is. 35-33 Rutgers on top of UCLA.
Well, Louisville closes out the ACC games this year with Cal and Stanford. Atlantic Coastal Conference, and you're playing teams on the West Coast.
On the Pacific Coast. By the way, if you didn't hear it earlier tonight, and I'll say it again here at halftime, thoughts and prayers out to the folks out in that area, out in Southern California, dealing with a lot worse things than snow. The fires that have hit that area have been unbelievable. I've never been in a city, I've only seen pictures of places where bombs have gone off, but when you hear commentators who were there say it looks like a bomb went off and neighborhoods are just rubble, it is incredible. And so thoughts and prayers to all those folks and their first responders, and big credit to the Owen County first responders and all the people who've worked hard over the last couple of weeks during this cold and snow. We think about it as a teacher. I'm fortunate in the sense that if it's snow, I can stay home and teach from home. But, a lot of folks can't do that, and a lot of folks have to be out on the roads. Our police officers, firefighters, EMTs, and, so appreciate those folks, the people who keep the roads clean. I tell you what, the parking lot out there looks great, and the sidewalks are in great shape for this event. But I tell you what, you live in a place like Owen County, there are some roads who don't see much sunshine. And so, again, if you have not heard, Owen County will be on NTI again tomorrow. If you're a teacher out there and you're like, yes, I can teach in my pajamas, no, you have to report. It's not Walmart. You can't wear your pajama bottoms. I just said that, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
So let's talk about, we got a few minutes here. Let's talk about a little bit of our favorite teams. I'll let you go first. Your Louisville Cardinals. We're into ACC play right now. What's your take on the Cards?
6 wins in a row. I'm extremely pleased with Pat Kelsey. He needs a pay raise immediately. I don't care what happens. He is the guy for the job.
Okay. So, update, and we'll talk about Kentucky for a second. I'll let you finish your thoughts. Somebody said that N8 said that Mark is an endless book of high school basketball knowledge, and Mark came back and said he was wrong. Breaking news, he was wrong. In 1992, Lex Cath beat University Heights in the semifinals of the All-A, and they lost to University Heights in the finals of the Sweet 16. Okay, so you're allowed to make a mistake, Mark. It's fine. As for Kentucky, I am very excited. I think Mark Pope, much like Pat Kelsey, has brought a tremendous amount of energy
Absolutely.
to the program.
Well, and that I was talking with a guy at church yesterday on this too. Like, it's hard not to like both coaches. Like, I don't want to like Mark Pope, but he's a likable dude. And, it's the same way with Pat Kelsey and UK fans.
Yeah. But I will say this, and Kentucky fans, probably some are listening, and Kentucky, I don't think can survive winning games 95-90, 105-100. I think, and we've seen a couple of times this year when teams have played better defense against them and when the shots aren't going in, the Ohio State game, we've seen situations this year where Kentucky has not been able to score and it's cost them. And the SEC, as you already mentioned, is loaded. I mean, and my fear is those teams are just going to beat the you-know-what out of each other over the next couple of months. And then did she make it? Oh, I thought she did. And we'll see what happens come SEC tournament time and then into the NCAA tournament. But the SEC is really, really good. Get in there. Oh! I don't know what her name is, but holy cow, Landon Smith ran all the way across the floor and about hurt her. He hugged her into the bleachers. She made the half quarter literally at the buzzer. And she gets free concessions.
I'm like you, though, with UK. I mean, the Florida game, what was it, like 105 to 100?
11, something crazy. Yeah, it was.
You know, they can't give up that many points and expect to be competitive, especially come March. I mean, because there's going to be some teams that come out and play their absolute hardest.
Yep.
I mean, don't want to talk about it because Louisville's had its worst years in history the past couple years, but there's some teams that St. Peter's and Oakland and whoever else that's going to come out and play some harder defense. And like you said, if Kentucky has one of those off nights like they did against Ohio State, then I mean
you're done.
It's a pretty easy matchup there.
You know, it's one of those things, and I've said this about the NCAA tournament, and I think it's why it's such a fun event. The NCAA tournament is, you have one bad game and you're done.
Yeah.
It's not a 4 out of 7 game series, which is why oftentimes the best team doesn't necessarily win. Now, I think UConn the last couple of years has been the best team, but
you've seen that in their games this year too.
Yeah.
They were still the favorites, of course, winning 2 in a row, and still a really good team.
Yeah.
But they've gotten the same amount of losses already this year that they had to end the season last year.
But I think you take, and I'll say UK Louisville. That'd be a great 7-game series. Oh my gosh. I mean, after you take UK Florida. I mean that UK Mississippi State after the other night. I mean, but I don't think it's sustainable, and I think it's the one thing. I mean, and Mark Pope went out and got the best guys he could, and they've turned out to be really good. But Kentucky has 4 top 10 wins this year. I mean, it's crazy. I just don't know if, as we've said, you have one bad game in March where you don't make a bunch and you don't score 105, and you're going home. But I'm very excited. Both programs are going upward. And I think for a lot of Kentucky fans, John Calipari is getting his head kicked in and Arkansas. I think there's some people who are kind of happy about that.
They're going to be real shocked too.
My son and I were talking about it the other day.
They will have to wait for me because there is nothing anybody can say to me that can hurt my feelings about basketball because I've heard it because I have 3 years. I will be unbearable.
I'm not saying it can't happen. I mean, minute or so, a couple minutes away from the start of the second half. Both these teams were out here in a hurry. I mean, there was no halftime talk. I mean, they were back out here with 6 minutes to go and ready to play.
The second in command of technology in the school system just text me, so I'm just going to make sure. We'll see if that works.
Jordan Prather or Tim Martin?
Jordan Prather. Okay. Well, that'll be a discussion for them to decide.
They could arm wrestle for it. Do the Snow Angel Challenge. Who did the better? Did Jordan do a Snow Angel Challenge?
Jordan is Facebookless. He does not have Facebook, so he was safe.
Maybe you could go play golf on the simulator, and you could video Jordan doing the Snow Angel Challenge.
That's a good idea. Jordan's still listening now.
Jordan might be on the
clock.
clock.
It's terrible. Jordan Prather and all your expertise, please tell me how to fix it because I do not know how. We'll see.
We are literally the talking heads.
He said it sounded like aliens. So, I mean, I guess that's a first, right?
Yeah. Maybe we could call Will Smith. That could come. All right, 48-13. See who gets the ball first here. It's going to be Gallatin. Looks like they've got their starters back out there. I can't imagine they're going to be out there very long. And
Well, he said it got better, so me plugging and unplugging.
You know when it probably got
all
bad?
Good, all good now.
You know, it probably got bad when we started talking about him do the Snow Angel challenge.
Oh,
and
yeah,
he probably
see,
was like, I can't understand you.
He did something remotely there. He wasn't the only person that texted me, though, so we will give him that. There's another three.
They keep on coming.
And a foul inside, it looks like. Gallatin County.
Is the basket counts.
They did count the basket.
51-13, and that is the 11th three-pointer of the night for Gallatin. 33 of the 51 points have been from beyond the arch. Shot up and in.
Jordan said we're good now. Another three.
Matthew Griffin gets in on the act. His third three-pointer of the night, and the threes keep on coming. 54-15. Ball saved into Griffin. He then loses it out of bounds. It'll stay with Cornerstone. We are into the running clock. Ball knocked away and out of bounds as Hendricks was trying to get it to Biddle, and Ian Wilson got his big hand on it and knocked it out of bounds. It actually might have hurt a little bit. The way he kind of looked like he grimaced. Biddle gets it back after it goes off the leg of a couple of Gallatin County defenders. And a turnover. Pass down, a nice use of two steps.
Yes.
And he didn't travel at all, but he took two big steps to the basket to make way, and Skidmore scored. Biddle for three, no. And it's out of bounds, and it will come back to Gallatin, 56-15. Three ball. This one's no good. Rebound controlled by Cornerstone. As we said, Cornerstone beat Carroll in their opener, but then lost to Eminence. So they have played a couple of 31st District opponents as Griffin goes right around his defender and lays it in. Kind of surprised the Gallatin starters are still out there right now, to be honest with you. Not saying they shouldn't be, because again, much like the Walton game, they just haven't played in a while. I mean, they're trying to get their kids some reps. Three, Biddle got it. Casey Biddle. 58-18. Matthew Griffin, 3 ball, no good, and that's out of bounds. Yeah, it went over the backboard to the other side, and it's out of bounds. We'll try to get Vance Sullivan up here after the game. Talk about it. Double team in the corner and a timeout Cornerstone. 58-18, 3:29 to go in the third. Gallatin County 8-5 on the season. Lost 2 out of 3 down in Whitley County over the Christmas break. Playing well tonight. Tell you what, you get the Gallatin on their way to winning this and advancing to the semis. Owen County does what they're supposed to do and beat Williamstown. This place could be packed on Wednesday night.
Yes.
With Walton, Eminence, Owen, Gallatin. This place could be really fun on Wednesday night.
Gallatin and Owen are always schools that travel well, and Owen County won't have to travel.
I think it's one of those things, and you talked about it before. I think it's one of those things that the All-A cannot be in Richmond this year just because of the fact that they're doing a lot of renovations to the McBriar Arena down there, which I've seen some pictures, looks really cool. But, this tournament does hurt a little bit when teams like Owen and Gallatin aren't in it. There's an alley-oop and the layup good. Andrew Brinker.
I will never forget that day the Lady Rebels won that tournament.
And that's what I was getting at.
Because I felt bad about skipping church a little bit, but I told my pastor early in the week, if they make it, I'm not going to be there. But then 4 of the deacons in my church were there too. So I didn't feel as bad.
You're kind of sitting where you don't acknowledge that you see him.
My granddad, who's also a pastor, was also not preaching that morning. So,
No, I get you. But when the state tournament was in Frankfort, Owen County would fill it up.
See, that was my favorite. Well, of course, my favorite memory is the Lady Rebels winning, of course. But there were some. It just seemed like those games were so much better in that gym.
It was a great place to watch a game. Here's a 3-ball. That's a good-looking stroke from Edison Hendricks. You can see why he came in as the leading scorer. That was a good play. And Gallatin's done a good job of just not giving him any opening. I remember the game, and I'm sure this is not going to sit well with a lot of Owen County fans, but it was the night that
I know what you're going to talk
Not County
about.
Central hit the shot at the buzzer to beat them. And that was – I remember just the emotion of that game as writing for the News Herald and, just thinking you're going to win, you're going to get to the semifinals on Saturday, and then in a moment it was gone.
Another – good reason for a shot clock in high school basketball. That team dribbled the ball for 2.5 minutes.
Yeah. But all the way to Owensboro, that's a long way for some of these teams to go and take fans. And I'm not criticizing the A for being in Owensboro. It had been in Corbin. It's just it seems like it's one of those things that it really should be. And then the people in Western Kentucky would say, well, it's a long way to go to Frankfort or Eastern. Yeah. But it seems like it's one of those tournaments that really should be more in the central part of the state, like Richmond, where it's a little bit more accessible to fans. And again, I am not criticizing them for not being at Eastern. Things would not allow it to be that way.
It's the same reason it's not in Frankfort anymore. Circumstances happened. That place is a big grass field now. Absolutely nothing in it. And the second free throw is good as well. It's now 62-21. Gallatin leading 46 left in the third here.
When your mother-in-law calls, you better answer. She didn't know I was doing the game. No. She was trying to plan out the day for NTI tomorrow, and she said, "Oh my gosh, bye." Sherry, I want to talk to you, but I kind of got to go. 63-21. There's a block as Biddle gets blocked.
Oh, yeah, they should have called a foul there. He's hurting.
Nice move. Will Landon Johnson or make a 2? No, he won't. Maybe he should have landed Smith. He should have backed up and shot a 3. And that's going to do it for the third quarter. We're going to go to the fourth, 63-21. Gallatin on top. So as we look at the All-A Classic State bracket, we do have some teams already that have qualified. So we're gonna play a little game, me and you. I'm gonna tell you the teams that are qualified. You tell me the region, okay? So Pineville has qualified.
Oh, that's got to be like 16.
You're close. It's 13.
Oh, there's probably is there 16? There's 16 teams in this one,
Yeah.
isn't there? Okay.
Yeah. Owensboro Catholic.
It's like 3.
Good. Ding, ding. I love the Dan Patrick Show, and he always says bloop, bloop. So I'll give you that one. Louisville Holy Cross.
That is 4, 5, 7,
6.
6.
Sayre.
Sayre. That is Lexington. So that one's going to be 5, 4,
11.
11. What?
Clinton County.
Clinton. That is Western Kentucky. So
It's on the left side of the state.
1.
4.
4.
I looked them up, so I know I'm not making this up.
Oh my goodness.
Danville Christian Academy.
Danville. Let's go 10.
12. You got one.
This game's rigged.
Well, because I didn't know. I didn't know. I looked them up. I looked them all up. So those teams have advanced already. So we're still the Region 2, Region 15, those two teams will play each other in the state tournament. Region 10 will play Pineville. Owensboro Catholic will play the 9th region winner. Louisville Holy Cross and Sayre will play each other. There's a strong move by Biddle, and he gets the basket. And he gets fouled. Let's see, Region 14 and Region 5 will play each other. Clinton County from Region 4 will play Region 7. Danville Christian from Region 12 will play Region 16, and the Region 1 winner will play the Region 8 winner. And those, of course, will not be decided until Saturday night right here at the Grit. A lot of subs in there right now for Gallatin. And a couple starters still out there for Cornerstone. Here's a 3. That's too strong off the back iron. Rebound loose, controlled by Gallatin. And, that ball I thought bounced out of bounds, but nevertheless, and we're going to get a foul. Of course, the Owen County girls golf team finished second at this year's state golf tournament.
The second place is debatable.
I wasn't going to bring it up.
I will 100% bring it up.
But they finished second. A tremendous showing. Here's a deep 3-ball air ball.
See, and they won the 2A the year before.
Yes.
Which is arguably easier to win than the Class A. And they won the Class A technically, but
yes,
a last-minute rule change in favor of a private school.
Yes.
That's all we'll say.
Don't know if
you're going to get me fired up.
Don't know if Coach Wayne Scott is listening. Now, my daughter's on the golf team, and she had a funny moment. You know, My daughter, as you know, 7th grader, played golf last year and got a lot better as the year goes on. I'm very excited. She's excited about playing this year. But she told me, we talked about it, because one of the things about the All-A State tournament that I loved so much was taking my son. He would go with me, and I would get him a press pass. He'd get a credential, and he'd go to the state tournament with me and sit on the baseline down there at the Civic Center in Frankfurt and watch the games with me. I mean, it was big time for him. He just had to carry the camera bag. That was his job. How did that go in? Holy cow. Good for Preston Ferguson to score a bucket. 63-23. So I told my girls the other day about the All-A and about how Spencer used to go, and I used to get him a press pass, and I was his ticket in. And she said, you know, Dad, she said, I might get to play in the All-A tournament this year, and if we go to state, she said, I'll be your ticket in. And I said, girl, bring it on. I would be more than happy if you got to play in the All-A state tournament.
See, I guess that was actually my coaching debut this year, was the All-A state tournament. I was able to coach 1.5 tournaments a little bit, walk side by side with Malachi Mefford. That was always fun.
Woo! Pass to Matthew Griffin open on the bench. My daughter got the opportunity to go to play a practice round at the state tournament down in Bowling Green and had a ton of fun. So grateful that she got the opportunity to go do that. They'll be starting up here in a couple. You let it get warm, and those girls will be on the golf course. Those are some very committed young ladies to the game of golf, and it's a reason why they've been so successul. Coach Wainscott has a lot to do with it, too.
He has built a dynasty.
He has,
sure.
the Wizard of Wheatley. But I tell you what, you could not find, and I will say this, and I mean it because I was around him a lot this year, and my daughter being new to that team they were incredible. Those girls on that team, the way they treated my kid as a 7th grader who had never played before. The bank is open late. The bank is open late for Christian Avila. 66-25. There's a ball stolen away, going the other way. Missed the layup. It's Tate Mercer. Tate Mercer got pretty excited that he was going to score, and then he just he rushed it there a little bit. You know, it's always fun when guys get into a game, though, like this and make a big shot like that for Avila and to watch your teammates respond. And, you know, you don't talk about a lot of guys like that just because they don't get a lot of action, but it is exciting for them. I mean, they work hard in practice. You know, a lot of these kids who are playing now are the guys who are working hard, who are playing against the starters in practice, sometimes getting whooped, to be honest with you. But good job for him to come in, and you like it when teammates respond like that in these kind of games. .210 to go, 68-25, Williamstown, Owen County coming up next. Are we going for more pasta between games?
I don't know. I'm kind of hungry, not going to lie.
I didn't eat that much because I'm doing a game. I don't want to, overdo it.
Good little move there.
That's a travel. They're going to – what? It's a foul. And that's going to send Jordan Bradshaw to the line for 2. Free throw, no good. So the clock will stop on free throw attempts. Second one good. If you're going to be around, stop by and pick up yourself a T-shirt. Got some T-shirts out there from Young Screen Printing. They look nice. you're a student, you're going to be around, you can pick up your class shirt out there as well. Give Rhonda a shout out. There's a 3-ball good.
Is that 15 or 16 on the night?
I will have to count them up here. That was Nathan Hammond. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
15.
Under a minute to go. And again, I would love to know if there's a record for how many team threes in one game. And we get a foul. And that's going to send Cornerstone back to the line in the person of Jordan Bradshaw, who just went 1 of 2. Now I guess the clock will not stop. It stopped the last time there were free throws.
Well, it just stopped.
There it goes.
Away.
There you go. So Gallatin's going to advance on to the semis. Free throw no good. They're going to play Wednesday night, 7:30-ish. That will follow the Eminence-Walton game, which will start at 6. That's on Wednesday night. The girls' semifinals will be Thursday. Free throw good. 25 seconds. I don't think Gallatin's going to score or shoot.
I would hope not.
And that's going to do it. They better not. I'm writing down the final. 71-27 is going to be your final score tonight as Gallatin County advances on to the semifinals on Wednesday night as they take care of the Bulldogs from Cornerstone Christian Academy. For Brian Blair, Braden, let me try that again. For Braden Howard.
It's too early in the week to be messing up.
I'm Brian Blair. We'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks for watching. We're back real quick for a couple of minutes. Vance Sullivan, the head coach of Gallatin County, is going to come up and join us to talk about their win tonight. He is on his way up the steps. Gallatin County wins it tonight going away 71-27. They're going to play Walton Verona, who beat Trimble County 72-16. Coach, throw those on for me, please. Yeah, go ahead. Thanks for coming up, Coach.
Yes, sir. No
so,
problem.
So I got a question. Before we ever even get into your guys' game, who was the young lady at halftime for you guys who made the three and you guys all went nuts?
That is Landon Smith's little sister.
Really?
Yeah, so she's in the 8th grade, but she gets a lot of the qualities that he does.
Well, that's a great segue because Landon Smith, the two Smiths were killing it tonight. Talk about his game and really your whole team tonight. 15 3-pointers. I mean, that is what you guys do, but it worked very well. You guys were shooting the lights out.
Yeah, we knew that they were going to come out in zone, and Landon's going to have some open looks tonight, and when he's got his time to get his feet set and get a good look at the rim, he's usually right on the money. So I was expecting him to have a big night tonight. He performed well. We
talked about this a little bit on the broadcast for both games. How have you guys adjusted to the whole winter weather situation and getting practice times? I mean, how's that been?
It's not the easiest as a coach to try to navigate. I hate having days where you can't get in the gym and see the guys. You never know what they're doing at home. I imagine they're sitting at home and they're playing video games the entire day, which drives me nuts because
drinking Red Bull.
We need to get up and get our feet moving. So it's been up and down. We've had one day of practice here before we played yesterday. So I really had no idea what we were going to look like today.
That's what that was kind of my next question. What were you expecting tonight? Not knowing. I mean, just not being able to play games.
Yeah, we took a couple days off earlier in the year, and when we came back, we did not look great. And I was worried that we were gonna have that same thing happen tonight with the storm coming in. We didn't have our regular practice schedule, so I was worried that we may have come out flat, but that wasn't the case tonight. No.
I asked Coach Hester, I'll ask you the same thing. I know as a coach, you look up at the scoreboard, and it's obviously a big win. It seemed like kind of a cakewalk. But what as a coach do you guys need to work on? Because I know you guys always find something.
Oh, yeah. As a coach, you're always trying to find little things to help us out.
Sure.
But defensively, it's mostly just playing to our principles. Are we boxing out? Are we making an attempt to rebound every time? Just playing smart, making the right decisions with the basketball instead of maybe being selfish at times.
We've talked about this as well in the broadcast, 8th Region, All-A. It's a special time of the year. Can you explain what it means to, and I know what it means to the folks here in Owen County, but can you explain what it means to the folks in Gallatin County, this tournament?
This is a lot of people come out and watch us play. We got a good fan base, but it means a lot. I mean, you're talking about the best All-A school in this region, a lot of bragging rights, and you don't want to be the person with the second place trophy when it comes down to the end of it. So we've had our fair share of second place trophies, and we're trying to get back on top.
Not to get this going too early, but if this game goes the way people think it could be really fun in here on Wednesday night.
I expect it to be rocking in here on Wednesday night. It's going to be a great atmosphere, great atmosphere for basketball, and I can't wait for it to get here.
Thanks, Coach. I appreciate you coming up.
I appreciate it.
Congrats. That's head coach Vance Sullivan after his team wins it tonight, 71-27 over Cornerstone. I'm gonna step aside again. I haven't gone down to get my cookie yet, so I'm gonna step aside again, and then I'm gonna be back. We'll be back here in a little bit to get you set for Owen and Owen and Williamstown coming up in just a few minutes. Welcome back to the Floyd E. Gritton Gymnasium here on the campus of Owen County High School in Owenton, Kentucky. We are set for game number 3 of tonight's action as the Owen County Rebels get set to take on the Williamstown Demons. I'm Brian Blair, Braden Howard. We've been with you all night. And we got one more. You got one more in you?
One more.
You got one more in you?
Yeah, so this is not the first matchup between the Demons and the Rebels this year, going back all the way to like the first or second game. Back
Second.
in December 4th, so getting the season started off. Owen County came out victorious 68-45 at Williamstown. Camden Beckham, leading scorer for the night, 21 points. Michael Smith, 17 points and 12 rebounds. First double-double on the year for him. On the other side, of course, Owen Taylor, 24 points, 8 rebounds, and Zeke Boland, 11 points and 7 rebounds. But Camden Beckham is going to be a name we're probably going to be talking about the rest of the night, especially the rest of the season as well.
Absolutely. Camden, when you look at what they did over the Christmas break and going down to Mason County and playing in the Mason County Invitational, they got a couple of wins down there against Augusta and Bracken County. Yeah, I mean, he's been the guy. When you look at their last game that they played in here back in the early days of January, the weekend before the snow, BS before snow, and they beat J.I. Burton from Virginia 79-48. Beckham 26 points that night. Malachi Mefford 19. Michael Smith with 15. Brendan Lewis 6 points but 10 rebounds. He's been a guy who has really stepped up his game. You won't see a lot of points necessarily out of him, but he's a guy who's getting it done on the boards for Owen County. But as long as Camden Beckham keeps shooting the way he's shooting, there's not a whole lot of rebounds to get because he's been on fire.
Yeah, so the Rebels are coming in on a 9-2 record, shooting 51% from the field, 70% from the free throw line. And, of course, again, Camden Beckham, averaging 21.3 points per game, is leading the Rebels. So, it comes back to kind of the last game we saw where Gallatin made 15 threes. Camden's one of those players that can go on a streak, make 6, 7, 8 threes a game, just depending on how he's feeling and how well he's being defended.
Well, you go back to that, and that was the last time I'd seen him play, was that Gallatin kind of game. And if you remember that game, you remember the third quarter that he had that night where he kept Owen County in it. I want to say he had 14 or 15 points in that third quarter alone that night.
Yeah, he hit a couple crucial threes in transition.
Contested.
Yes,
yeah.
Very much contested threes, and he was able to pull them off. Now, of course, Gallatin had a little motivation behind that as well, being an ex-Wildcat. But he is just an all-around good player, smart player as well, and can score the ball just about anywhere he wants.
Williamstown 2-9 on the season. They're a team that's kind of interesting. Last year they were 19-11 on the year, lost in the first round of the district tournament, but still had a pretty good year. But when you look at this bunch right now and what they've done at 2-9, their only wins this year were against Trimble County back on December 17th, and then the win the other night against Dayton. So just the 2 wins. Owen Taylor, their leading scorer, he's a senior, averaging 18.2 a game. And then Javante Yangwa, a junior, he's averaging 9.2 points, 4.5 rebounds for Williamstown. If you look at the history of these two teams in this event, Owen County has won 7 8th region All-A Classics. Williamstown has won 2. Going back to the very first one back in 1990, they won, and they will be, that 1990 state tournament will be our trivia question coming up during the first time out. Little trivia about Williamstown, and I have to give Devin Duvall some credit because he helped me answer the question. I thought I was right, but I wasn't sure enough to come up here and say it. And so I asked Coach Duvall early this afternoon when I got here about 3:30, and it turned out I was right. So we'll get you that coming up sometime during the first quarter. I talked to both coaches and about what this means, to them, this tournament. But when you talk about a tournament that really means a lot to a team and a community, and I'll let you answer this because you would know better than me on this. Which is more important, winning a district title or winning the All-A?
I think districts is more important.
By a little?
By just a little bit.
Yeah.
Because, the All-A's, especially now, are kind of so far and few. But there's just something about beating Walton in the finals of the All-A. And even Gallatin. But it's also the chance that you get to play in a state tournament, too, which doesn't happen to a lot of people either. Yes, it's the All-A state tournament, and, it's not the Sweet 16 at Rupp Arena, but it's still a big deal, and especially for these small communities as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, like I said, you know better than me. You went to school here. I've been here a long time, and I've seen a lot of these tournaments. I've seen a lot of the district tournaments, but I think you're probably right. And I'll tell you what, I'll do this. If you're listening from Owen County and you want to chime in on that, feel free to send us a message on which do you think is more important to this community, the All-A or the 31st District.
And when you look at it from the girls' standpoint, too, which I'm sure we'll definitely talk about it tomorrow night, too, they're going for their 10th district championship in a row. So, those have kind of, yes, it's very important that they win those two, but just to be honest, these past couple years have just kind of seemed like, yeah, okay, it's a district championship. We've won 8 in a row. It's still important though, because if they finally do lose down the road, that there's going to be a lot of people hurting because they say, "Dang, I was a part of the team that lost the streak." So I see it both ways.
Yeah.
Now, Walton, on the other hand, they pretty much got districts in the bag every year, it seems like. They win the All-A a bunch.
Well, the problem for Walton girls and boys is you're in the same district with Simon Kenton. And that's been a little bit of a bugaboo for them recently. But, yeah.
But then again, Simon Kenton is kind of hit and miss, too. Some years they're really good, competing for regional titles. Other years they're finishing third in the district.
Yeah.
So.
Starting lineups are being introduced, and I am getting them as they are being introduced. I'm missing one Williamstown player because he wore his warm-up during introductions, and I was not able to see it. He didn't get the memo that I'm up here with the lights out. So, let's see who I'm missing. There it is.
Yeah, it's crazy what happens when the lights come on.
It is.
Black jerseys.
It's Yangwa, Schultz, Blake Smith, Easton Milburn, Owen Taylor, the starting quintet. For Williamstown, for Owen County, it's Harper Duvall, Camden Beckham, Brennan Lewis, Malachi Mefford, and Michael Smith. It's welcome to the jungle. Welcome to the grit. Let's play hoop on a 8:37. We're only 7 minutes behind. Not too bad. Don't have to worry about it. It's NTI, baby. I don't have to be here till like 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. That's what Betsy Webster just told me in the library. So I'm just kidding, Betsy. I'll be here 10:30, 11. Tip controlled by Malachi Mefford. Hope Reggie's not listening. Camden Beckham with the basketball. Malachi Mefford up top with it. Here's Harper Duvall, and he knocks down the triple.
The goal hoop must be a little bit wider tonight, seems like.
And I have said this year a couple of times. I think Harper's one of those guys who, if he could get hot and really get the confidence going, he could really be an X factor on this team as there's a turnover as Yangwa throws it away. But I tell you the guy, and I will say the guy that I've been really impressed with this year for Owen County has been Michael Smith. You know, we kind of talked about who was going to step up and fill that gap. He's been a big part of that this year. Very talented offensively. Just played some good basketball. And he has it right now. Williamstown in a little 2-3 zone. Basket pass corner. Smith drives in the corner. Beckham fakes the three. Down low to Smith, into Lewis. Oh, nice pass into the corner. Beckham, three ball, no. Ball on the floor. Williamstown has it. He traveled, didn't he? I mean, if you have the ball and you're rolling over.
Yes, if you roll, it's a travel. Now,
you better be on your best behavior. I'm just going to tell you that right now.
you can slide as far as you want to on your back, and it's not a travel.
But he. Whew. 3-0. Rebels lead it. Minute and a half in. Kick in the corner. Back up top to Yangwa. Three-pointer in the other corner. That time it was taken by Milburn, and he misses, and Rebels come back on the attack. Here's Beckham. He has a pretty open look, and he knocks it down. You just can't give him those looks, because more often than not, he will make you pay. And Brennan Lewis takes it away, and that's going to be a turnover, but more importantly, Owen Taylor went down hard. Casey Riley out there right away. So a good block, but hopefully he's okay. So we'll get. Well, we wanted to ask you a question. Okay.
Hey, be careful walking out through here today.
Well, you don't have to go on the air, but I'm going to ask you, because I asked him before we started. This tournament, obviously, super important to the community.
Hey, she would know the 96 question.
Okay, who did Owen County lose to in the semifinals in 96? Yes. We got Mama Howard with us, by the way. And then who'd they lose to in the semis? I think I'm right. I think we're right. University Heights? Is that right? Okay. So Taylor's okay. And we're back to action. We talked about it, though, in the pregame. As an Owen County fan, which is more important, winning the district or winning the All-A? Ball's going to stay with Owen County. We kind of threw this out there for people listening. So far, no one has responded. Inbound to Mefford. He goes up strong. No, but he gets fouled. Okay, so she said district is given, All-A is special.
That's a little cocky.
Woo! Foul was on Milburn, his first, and Malachi Mefford will go to the line to shoot two. First one is good. You know, it's for me, as the second one rolls out. For me, I mean, I went to a big high school. You know, we didn't have the All-A tournament. And in fact, when I was in college, we would go to the I would go keep stats for the All-A, and kind of didn't understand it, to be honest with you. Because, you know, we had Newport Catholic and Holy Cross and St. Henry. They were always competitive in the ninth region regular tournament, and I was kind of like, why do these teams need another tournament to prove how good they are? But now that I've come down here and really had a chance to kind of be immersed in it, you realize how cool it is. Let me correct, Mefford missed both of those free throws, and it's still 6-0. The ninth region at that time was St. Henry and Holy Cross, Newport Catholic. Covington Latin was in that. Walton.
TJ also said University Heights.
Yes. Down on the block, air ball. Too hard over the basket. That was Easton Milburn. Beckham again launches and nails. And a timeout. Williamstown 9-0. So, here's my question. Said Highlands was in the All-A. I don't remember that.
Are they even Class A now?
No. So here's my question. So Williamstown won their very first ever 8th Region All-A regional tournament. They went to Memorial Coliseum to take on this team who beat them in the opening round. Williamstown's been to the tournament twice. They're 0-2, lost in the first round each time. Who beat them in their very first All-A Classic State Tournament game?
So it was two first-year teams.
Yeah,
So I guess it was 90.
First year of the
1990,
tournament.
So it was first year for
1990.
everybody.
We'll see if you were paying attention earlier. Give our people a chance. Who beat Williamstown in their first ever All-A State Tournament game at Memorial Coliseum? That is a pass that I understand what he was trying to do. But unfortunately, Owen Kennedy was not on the same page, and it goes out of bounds. I know Mark Klinkenbeard would know this.
I'm second guessing myself because we've talked about it so much tonight.
Be prepared for 8th Region girls history tomorrow. Brendan Lewis goes up strong, and he's fouled, and that's going to go.
I think I'll do a little better with the girls.
That's going to go on Holton Schultz.
At least I'm hoping.
Got a couple text messages here. Yes, University Heights. I got a text message here that says All-A championship greater than district championship. Free throw no good. Owen County not having a good night, 0 for 4 from the free throw line. 9-0. Yangwa with the basketball for Williamstown. Back up top now. It goes to Taylor, who's good to see back in the game. We're going to get a foul as Michael Smith bit on the pump fake. Owen County comes away with another miss. Beckham thought about it, now drives, kicks it in the corner. Colby Young. Britton Stafford lets one go, no good. And a foul as they're going to get Beckham for the reach.
Yeah, that's not a foul you want to pick up.
It's okay tonight, but
yeah, I get it. Be aggressive, but, 60 feet from your the other end.
Dude, Pat Gatewood gives winner and score, actually, of who defeated Williamstown in their first ever All-A tournament game. Williamstown trying to score in this one. Yangwa keeps it. Nope, he did step on the line. So do you now?
Statistically, if I choose one team, I've got better odds.
Okay.
They wouldn't do the 8th and 9th region together in the first round, I wouldn't think. So that would take out like the St. Henry and Holy Cross.
Here's Camden Beckham lining one up, no good. Yangwa with the rebound.
I want to say University Heights.
Well, let's get through this possession. 3 ball, no good. Nice rebound, Malachi Mefford for Owen County. They did put the 8th region and 9th region together.
So then it was
Walton. Walton won the very first ever 9th region tournament. Williamstown won the first ever 8th region. Beckham goes hard to the basket. He gets fouled.
More of these trick questions.
And
I don't like these.
Walton beat Williamstown 71-60 in the first round of the 1990 All-A State Tournament, the first one played at Memorial Coliseum. So So we're going to get Camden Beckham to go to the free throw line. Now, I don't expect you to know this. In fact, and I don't mean that as a slam because there's no way I would have known this. But I told you earlier tonight as Beckham is at the line, a couple of substitutions, Brennan Lewis into the game. Free throw was good, 10-0. Harper Duvall getting ready to check in. He's going to come in for Beckham. Second one is good. I told you that you could buy playing cards, like baseball cards, like basketball cards from the 1990 All-A tournament. And I'm going to give, because I'm wondering here if Pat Gatewood would know the answer to this, who's listening to us, watching us. Who was on the 1990 Williamstown card? Look at Malachi Mefford with the nice dish, and Bryson Tyree, I thought got fouled, but no call.
Yeah, it looked pretty physical there.
Yangwa, no intent, but it looked like that's one in college you'd go back and they'd review to see if he hit him in the head.
See, that actually happened in the Louisville Clemson game the other night. They upgraded one of those fouls to a flagrant one.
So this player for Williamstown was on their playing card. Duvall gets in the lane, loses it. That's one he was looking to pass. I think he should go up and shoot that. I really do, and I realize his idea is to be unselfish, but that's one where you get in the lane, just stop and shoot a little jumper, and you're going to make that, I think. They had a player by the name of Brian Milburn, and I don't know if he's any relation to the Milburn young man who's on the team now at Easton. There's another foul, and Brendan Lewis will go back to the line. The foul is going to be on Owen Taylor. Brian Milburn was the star on that 1990 Williamstown team. Transferred to Russell County and then went and played 4 years of college basketball at Vanderbilt. And I was told before the game by Coach Duvall that his brother, Coach Duvall's brother, broke Brian Milburn's nose during a game, and that Brian Milburn had to wear a mask for much of that season. And it was all because of Coach Duvall's brother. Second free throw, good. 13-0. Rebels pitching a shutout here in the first quarter. Zeke Bolin with the basketball, and he throws it right to Michael Smith, and then does a nice job of trying to deflect it. Smith gets it. Stafford three in the corner, no. Lewis tips it to Smith. Now, in hockey, you get an assist for that. And you should get an assist because absolutely was Brennan Lewis tipping that to
Good
Michael
move there.
Smith. That was a nice move as Owen Taylor gets to the rim and lays it in. 15-2. A little sloppy right there. Rebels unfortunate to come away with it. Duvall into the lane, goes up with a little runner. No, rebound comes down to Bolin. See, that time Harper went to the rim and put the little shot up, and I'm okay with him missing that. He got to the rim. Bolin. Pass stolen by Tyree. He's going all the way. Lays it up with the left hand. Ooh, that should have been a goaltending, and they got it.
They did.
Brendan Lewis jumped up and grabbed the rim. And that is an unfortunate break. It's going to get Talon Wilson into the game for Owen County as Duvall will come out with 14.3 to go in the first. Lewis was thinking, I'm going to dunk this if he misses. .3 seconds. Here's a three at the buzzer. No good. Blake Smith got the shot up, but it doesn't go in, and we played a quarter, and Owen County leads it 15-2. And there you go, Brian Milburn with a question mark. I don't know if he meant to put the question mark there or not. Brian Milburn now coaching at Campbellsville University, where I believe his son plays. Brian, I'm throwing everything at you that I have about this game right now, okay? So in doing a little research this afternoon, I found out that Brian Milburn and his son both played in the Kentucky-Indiana All-Star game at one point. They are one of the few, maybe the only, father and son who have ever played in the Kentucky-Indiana All-Star game. There you go. I am out of material. I'm done.
I find that hard to believe.
I have – what time is it? It is 8:54, and I have exasperated pretty much all my notes. (15-2), Owen County on top. You know, the first time these two teams played, I don't think the Rebels played particularly well. The scoreboard would say that they did, but being in school the next day and hanging around 8th Region JV Coach of the Year, Chad McDonald, he said the guys just didn't play particularly well that night. They got it going a little bit. Here's Mefford going to the rim, and he misses. And look who's there to finish it up, Brennan Lewis.
And I think that comes with being the second game of the season, too. You know,
Yeah.
They're still trying to work a bunch of stuff out.
They're playing well tonight, 17-2. I think the one thing, if you're early on in this game, you'd like to see them do a better job of is finishing when they get in the lane. But again, that could just be rust. 7.5 to go in the first half. Here's Yangwa. Coming up at halftime, we'll break down Ivy League basketball. Three-pointer up, no good.
Sounds exciting.
And coming up in the middle of the third and the fourth quarter, we'll talk about the Big South Conference. Brennan Lewis, go up. He got fouled. Yep. That's a good job of knowing when you're going to get fouled. You feel Yangwa on you, and just go up because there's going to be a whistle blown and you're going to go to the free throw line. Again, you'd like to see him finish that for the three-point play, but that was just good awareness by Brennan Lewis right there. Free throw good. No good. Williamstown with the basketball, 18-2. Yangwa kicks it up top in the hands of Taylor, and a double dribble going to be called down on the baseline. The body language right now not good for Williamstown. I mean, they're talking to each other and asking, where were you? You were supposed to be here. You know.
Oh, good
There's
pass.
it was
back,
a good
door,
cut.
reverse.
And there's Brendan Lewis with the rebound. Go up strong. I don't mean to pick on officiating, but from up here,
Yeah, I'm not sure
he
how
had
that was not a foul.
he had his arm wrapped up. Taylor jump step into the lane. Nice shot. High arching shot. Got it to go. He has all 4 of the Williamstown points. Mefford hasn't really gotten going tonight as he drives in. Gets it stripped away by Yangwa, gets it back, finds Duval in the corner. 3 ball, no good. Brennan Lewis again. He is a vacuum cleaner down there on the offensive boards right now. Taylor dumps it off. Shot no good. Here comes Owen County. Beckham drops it off to Michael Smith. A little bit too much traffic there. And then a really good idea, but the pass just a little too hot to handle for Brendan Lewis. You know, we talk about Gallatin County's unselfishness. This Owen County team is really unselfish as well. I mean, they do a good job of moving the basketball around and trying to make the extra pass.
And sometimes we can see them be a little too unselfish. Like in that instance right there, you know, any of those players that passed the ball right there could have shot that. Yep. It probably would have been better off in some of the passes.
Owen Taylor trying to scoop one in, can't. And, man, he's being harassed out there by Taylor. Beckham into the lane, turn around. Nope, gives it off to Kobe Young. He goes up, misses, gets it back and scores. Gritty effort right there by Kobe Young, who gets his own rebound and puts it in. Okay, Brian is no relation to Easton. Good. I did not know. I just knew the last name. Brian Milburn. Here's Beckham. That's too easy. (24-7). Three ball, that's good. Good looking pass and a nice shot that time by Holton Schultz. 24 to 13.
10.
10, yeah. Thank you. I'm missing a bucket somewhere. For Williamstown.
They just hit back-to-back threes.
Colby Young goes in. Michael Smith cleans it up, puts it in. Who hit the other one?
I'm not sure. It's from the same spot.
There's a three, no good, and we're going to get a foul on the floor. That was Blake Smith. Holton Schultz has one of them, and I missed the first one. Appreciate folks chiming in tonight. It's a lot of fun when people can converse in this manner.
And we're not just talking to each other.
Yeah. Taylor going to inbound it underneath the Williamstown goal. Oh, Miss Hearn came through.
Oh my
Or
goodness.
should I say Josh came through? It is Ben Hearn's birthday. And this morning when I was on NTI, like I was supposed to be with Miss Hearn, she said she had cake pops that she was going to bring because she had a bunch of them, didn't want to put them in the hospitality room, but she would bring some tonight and leave them in TJ's office. Here's Brendan Lewis with the miss, gets it back, goes up strong, scores, and he's fouled.
It's almost like he's padding his stats at this point.
Yeah. So before the start of this game, I went into TJ's office and I said, hey, cake pops? She said, I forgot them. She said, well, actually, my daughter Kristen was supposed to bring them. So Josh Hearn is the man.
Came through.
He came through with some cake pops. Halftime. 28-10, Owen County leads it. Brendan Lewis going to the line to try to complete the old-fashioned three-point play. And if you're Owen County, that's what you want to see him do. You want to see him get rebounds, go back up strong, draw contact, be able to convert, and then make the free throw, which he does.
He's playing aggressive tonight. Scoring, of course, is really helping his game, but he's also not fouling a lot either.
And that was the one thing I said all along this year. If he could stay on the floor, because last year he committed some silly ones. That was a travel. Oop. But if he could stay on the floor, he'd be a real asset to this team, and he's been able to do it so far. Yangwa reaches in, knocks it away. Taylor comes the other way with it for Williamstown. Little crossover dribble, and then Duvall knocks it away. And what do we got?
Who are they going to get this one on?
Wow.
Brenton Stafford.
Harper Duvall knocked it away, and I didn't see that one. 29-10. Yangwa. Up top. Smith. There's a shot, no good. Rebound comes down the other way. Mefford to Stafford. Back to Duvall. Wide open. Three.
That's good
Got it.
basketball.
That is. 32-10. Three ball. Corner for Williamstown. No good. Reynolds missed it, and now a pass just thrown away. Harper Duvall has it. He will go in, lay it up, good. Nice job of Britton Stafford to kind of set a little bit of a screen there. He kind of got in the way, almost like when a guy's running in an interception, and you see the runner just kind of, the other player just run in front of the defender. That's kind of what he did right there. And Harper Duvall gets the layup, and we get a timeout. 34-10, Owen County dominating Williamstown right now. It has been a night of domination in all three games. Kind of what we expected. And you got to give credit to the three teams that, this game is a long way to go, but it's 34-10. I'm not going out on a limb or anything here, right? But yeah, it's good to see, if you're a fan of those teams, them coming out here and taking care of business. The last thing you want to do in a tournament like this against competition that you are clearly better than is let a team come in and hang around. And nobody tonight has done that. All three teams have come out tonight, dropped the hammer from the get-go, and kind of run off and hid. And I think if you're all three coaches, you have to like that tonight.
Yeah, I did get to see Williamstown play earlier this year. Of course, it wasn't the Owen County game. I traveled over to Eminence and watched Eminence and Williamstown play, and it was kind of the similar situation. Not saying it could happen tonight, but Eminence had the game put away pretty easily. 25-point lead. I think the final score ended up being a difference by about 3, with Eminence being the victors. Williamstown's definitely a team that can come back, but I think Owen County's going to do a good job here defensively, and, of course, keep lightening up on the offensive end as well.
Just got to keep your foot on the gas right now if you're Owen County in this next minute and 48 and you really, honestly, if you're Coach Duvall, you want to see him kind of just finish it right now. Yangwa, 3, bank closed for him. It was open earlier for Avila from Gallatin County. Minute and a half to go. Here's a lob to Brendan Lewis, and he left it short. Good play. Malachi threw it up there, Mefford, and then Yangwa loses it out of bounds. And that is not a good place to lose it out of bounds, right in front of the Owen County student section. And he might be hearing a little bit about it right now. Tomorrow night, Walton Verona. Girls take on Gallatin. Owen County girls take on Trimble. We'll get underway at 6. Here's Harper Duvall again, and it's another 3 for number 2. (37-10). Under a minute to go. Owen Taylor, no good. Rebound, Brennan Lewis. Quick pass to Beckham. Beckham, can he make another one? That one is going to be no good. Looked offline when he let it go from where we are.
That's
Here's
deep.
Beckham, he's going to try one, and he knocks it down. And it is 40-10, and just like I said a minute ago, trying to throw the knockout punch before halftime and back-to-back threes by the Rebels might just do that. It is a 30-point lead. Taylor getting in the lane, kicks it back out to Yangwa. Cannon Beckham knocks it out of his hand out of bounds, and it will stay with Williamstown. And the clock is still running. Now it goes back to 10. Dave Stowe's ready to go home. It's past his bedtime. Or there's not a Kentucky game on tonight. He's trying to get home and watch. Taylor, what happened?
See, if you're Owen County, that is not what you want to do there. Get that quick foul. It's going to be Beckham's second.
.4, Cannon Beckham checks out. Inbound to Yangwa.
And there's another foul.
Foul on Talon Wilson. He was just trying to knock it away, and the official right there with 5.2. You could be aggressive, though. I mean, they hadn't even committed a foul in the quarter. But I understand what you're saying. Yangwa, 3 ball, no good. Rebound, Talon Wilson. Mefford will throw it up the length of the floor, no good. And we have reached halftime with Owen County leading it over Williamstown, 40-10. Winner goes on to Wednesday night to take on Gallatin County, and as I promised, because I'm a man of my word, I lost it. We are going to take a look at the Ivy League basketball standings because I said we would. Princeton leads. They have a conference record of 1-0, and they're 12-4 on the year. Cornell in second. So the Princeton Tigers, a la the same color as Williamstown, leads the Ivy League, in case you were wondering. What do you have?
Well, let's see. Not much. I don't. Here's the first teams that I've recognized. Coppin State and Howard, 42-36 Howard at halftime.
The Howard Bison. I don't know Coppin State.
Maryland won 77-71 over Minnesota. Notre Dame, ACC game, 78-60 over Boston College. That's like the bottom of the pack of the ACC.
McNeese State leads Houston Baptist 52-31. And the Rams lead the Vikings 10-3. Kylie Steffen down there for the half-court heave, trying to get some free concessions. You know what I'm thinking on Kylie Steffen almost had it. You know, NCI Day tomorrow, I won't have to go buy lunch because there's going to be hospitality room leftovers tomorrow.
Hey, that's right.
Kylie Steffen can't get it to go.
Did speak with Assistant Athletic Director Megan Hearn earlier, too. Tomorrow is Taco Tuesday.
Can you say it like LeBron?
No.
Taco Tuesday! Dude, folks, if you're listening, it's 9:12. It is late. I've been here a lot. We've been talking a lot.
Past our bedtimes. Mine, at least. I don't know about you.
I'd probably be watching Monday Night Football, especially since I know tomorrow's NTI. I mean, I'm going to be here when I'm supposed to be here, but.
No, here's some alumni going here.
Oh. Big Mike. Now a principal at one of the schools in Trimble County, I believe.
Has he made it to principalship now?
He's trying to. I talked to him at a conference this summer. Or maybe he's assistant principal. He's working on that, I know.
And then you got Cameron McAnally on the other end, Owen County High School bass fishing coach.
Well, I'll tell you what, maybe we could get somebody to come give. There you go. He finally made the free throw. McAnally. Oh, now we got a ball game. McAnally, no. No. McAnally was staring that one down. He thought he had it.
And have time for one more.
Got it? Nope, short. No. No soup for you.
I was going to say that one was going to go in after it was over.
Owen County in the first half. We talked about the three-point shooting of Gallatin County. Owen County 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 three-pointers in the first half. Harper Duval has 11 points. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 for Brendan Lewis. And then 13 for Camden Beckham. So pretty well-balanced scoring. Michael Smith with 4. Pretty good scoring balance as Coach Duval, not a lot to say. What is there to say? I know we talked a little bit about this in the first game, but what is there to say when you're up 40-10 at halftime? Good job, guys. Go keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, keep scoring. Don't let them score.
Yeah. All right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to let you talk for a minute, and I'm going to dive into one of these.
Well, I don't have anything to talk about. I was going to talk about eating cake pops. There's no basketball to talk about.
That's quality.
Which one did you get?
I did chocolate.
I have tearing one of them here in a second. And it was pretty late for delivery. You know, we were talking about the hospitality delivery early on in the night, and it took us to the halftime of the third game.
Okay. So Pat Gatewood has turned the tables. Okay? And I'm going to need help because I don't know the answer to this. He says, Williamstown and Owen County have met in a district final only once, despite several years in the same district. Who won what year and what district?
So I want to say that was the same district that they were in with Scott County. I want to say it's like Owen, Grant, Williamstown, Scott, maybe Gallatin, maybe. I'm not sure. But I would think that Scott County would have been in that same district. So it had to be 90s.
I don't know.
And it would be the 33rd, maybe.
Well, 33rd is a Northern Kentucky district typically.
Yes. But so is the 32nd now too, though, because it's Williamstown, Grant, SK, and Walton.
Was it the 32nd district, though?
It could be the 32nd district.
I'm wondering if it's not the 32nd. Hey, we got you got a minute? We got a question.
It's a very important question.
All right, so somebody's asked us a trivia question. Williamstown and Owen County have met in the district final only once, despite several years in the same district. Who won, what year, and what district? Oh, and we got it wrong. We're wrong.
We were wrong, so it wasn't anything that we said.
So do you know what district? All right, well, we got another District 32. Okay.
Unless it was like years
Are we
ago.
going? All right.
Like 70s.
All right, Pat, are we going back to like the 80s? Because I haven't lived here my whole life. Like, I grew up in Campbell County, so I'm
only 23 years old.
I'm a camel.
22.
I'm a camel. A proud camel. In fact, a little disappointed tonight because I always get purple Gatorade in honor of my alma mater. It is a weird thing that I do before a game. And tonight they didn't have purple, so I had to go red. All right, if there's anybody out there who can help us, anybody in the hospitality room who's listening, who can write it down, come up here real quick, we will give you credit. I'm not suggesting that there are people older than us, but where's Mo? Mo where? He would know. I see him sitting up there.
He's on the all-tournament committee, though, so he's got his other priorities. He's not going to come mess around with us.
Oh, man.
That might be a post-game.
Yeah. We may have to get back with you on that one because I don't know and I don't have
80s isn't even close. Gosh, they're going.
Oh, my goodness. Maybe I should call my mother. She went to high school she graduated in 1960.
My granddad's listening, but I don't know if he would know. I mean, 80s wasn't even close, Tommy. 80s was not even close.
Yeah, 80s was not
we
close.
We're
We're told. Yeah, he's to call Coach Donovan. Get somebody. We got to know. We got to figure this out.
We don't.
Yeah, we don't know.
It just said 80s wasn't even close. So
80s isn't even close.
I guess you could go. I'm getting a phone call. Let's see.
Uh-oh.
Oh, this is Dad.
All right, you take the phone call because we got to see if this is right. We got a minute left before the start of the second half. Braden Howard's dad is calling him, possibly with information regarding our trivia question from Mr. Pat Gatewood. And I got a message coming in. All right. Gallatin was not in the district with Grant, Owen, Williamstown, and Scott. I think it was the 31st district, but not sure. So was it the 31st district?
So let's see. I've got Dad said 86. He thought 32nd district, Scott County was in it. Lindsey Tyree said Williamstown 1 is the 32nd district, 1995.
All right, we have thrown the gauntlet, and I don't know.
It was sometime between 1940 and 2023. I'm almost certain it's got to be 32nd district unless we're going back in the 50s. Now my granddad's calling, so it could be in the 60s, 70s.
It's like phone a friend on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire up here. 40-10 here as we start the third quarter. Williamstown has it. Owen Taylor back up to Yangwa. Michael Smith steps in the passing lane and knocks it away and out of bounds. Owen County needs 6 points to get to the running clock. Braden in a conversation on the phone trying to figure out the answer to our question. Here's a pass in the lane, knocked away and stolen, and then kicked back out of bounds by Zeke Bolin. What do you got? What do you have?
We really need to get some protection on that scores table, by the way.
That's the second time, yes.
So my granddad called and said it was 32nd district in the 70s because the Knicks were on the team.
Oh, Bobby?
Yes.
Okay.
He said it was Owen, Grant, Williamstown, Scott, and Georgetown in the district.
Oh, okay.
And Owen County never made it past districts in those years.
Okay. So Williamstown would have won sometime in the 70s. There's a nice pass to Michael Smith, who gets his own rebound and puts it in.
I think my granddad graduated 72, 73.
No good. Rebound, Owen County. 42-10. Harper Duvall for three. No good. This has turned into San Francisco-San Diego Super Bowl a few years ago when the 49ers just absolutely throttled the Chargers. I think Steve Young threw a touchdown to Jerry Rice on the first or second play of the game, and that baby was over.
We're going to be talking about that here soon.
Williamstown High School 27, Owen County 23, 1935 in the 28th district final. Holy cow. Pat Gatewood going deep with the knowledge right there. 27-23, 1935. You know, it's kind of hard to believe that thank you, Pat, they have only played in the district final once, these two teams located 35 minutes from each other. There's a shot up and in by Bolin, 42-12.
Well, the districts and regions are weird.
You know,
because we drive through Franklin County to get to Anderson County, who's also in our region,
Yeah.
But Franklin County is in the same region as Scott County and Lexington schools, which, I mean, makes sense. They're bigger schools.
Medford gets a basket. You know, it's funny because my mom, like I said, went to high school in Grant County, and he stepped out of bounds. Yes, he did. But my mom doesn't really talk a whole lot about the Owen County, Grant County. She doesn't even really talk a lot about the Grant County-Williamstown rivalry that much.
Well, see, you need to talk to my dad about the Grant County, Owen County.
Well, my mom said it was pretty fierce in the
Yes.
60s. Late 50s, early 60s. Michael Smith, nice pass, Harper Duvall, and he scores.
Look, you get in the 90s when they were in the districts together. Apparently they've been in the districts in 1935 too. So, we don't know all the timelines, I guess, off the top of my head. But I've heard some wild stories from Dad.
I could have guessed all night on that and never gotten it. That's a good one, though. Pat Gatewood and Mark Klinkenbeard. Hope you guys are going to listen tomorrow.
Heck, all week we're going to run out of stuff to talk about.
Here's a pass from Yongwa, no good to Bolin. I'll tell you what, I think Wednesday night's games are going to be a whole lot better. Tomorrow night, I'd give the advantage to Walton, obviously, against Trimble as far as the girls, Walton against Eminence and the girls. I'm going to get it right. It's late. Walton plays Gallatin girls tomorrow, and you got to give Walton the advantage big time in that one. And then Owens girls, it's not been the year they wanted it to be, but they should beat Trimble tomorrow night. Although Trimble was tough last year, and they have some kids coming back. That could be a decent game tomorrow night.
The thing with Trimble, though, is they've lost a lot of players as well.
Yes. Here's Beckham. No. Michael Smith just goes up and gets the board. Medford drives, throws one up, Larry Bird styles, who's trying to go over the basket and in. He was trying to go a little dude perfect right there. Do you watch those guys?
That was like peak 7th grade. But yes, it's very interesting. Like, they're extremely talented and
rich.
Yeah, rich and have done a very good job with their business.
Well, and my kids like them, and therefore I enjoy watching Dude Perfect. I think the guys are awesome role models, and just what they do is incredible. But yeah, some of the stuff they do, I'm like, no way. (48-14). Three-pointer, Bolin from the wing, no good. Rebound, Brennan Lewis, who else? And then he gets fouled by Yongwa, 84 feet from the basket. .339 to go. It is a 34-point Owen County lead. A bucket here would put us at the running clock. Again, if you haven't heard, Owen County NTI tomorrow. Teachers, you need to show up. But for students, if you're out there listening, get your Chromebooks ready. One more day, hopefully. Here's Malachi Medford. We'll be back tomorrow night for more hoops. And tacos. Michael Smith, no good. Gets his own rebound, finds Beckham, steps in, 18-footer, got it. That's the kind of shot you were talking about earlier, where sometimes he does things like that, and you're like, man, that's so good. I mean, he had the three. Man goes up. He goes around him, takes the 19-foot jumper, 18-foot jumper, and buries it. And he made it look easy, and that was not an easy play.
So some more useless knowledge. My granddad said 1971. Now, again, it doesn't mean they played Williamstown in the championship game. But Dad said that Owen County won districts in '86, or at least he thought. So, well, hold on. Might not go. It should be right here in front of us, but we're not looking hard enough. It's on the other side.
Yeah, girls basketball is right there.
Let's see, district champs. I don't see 86 on there.
Now, by my Campbell County math, we should be at the running clock.
Should be, yes.
So let's see if there's a steal. Britton Stafford, he's got some people running with him. Drops it off to Colby Young, who just kind of short arms it up. He thought he might get blocked. And Owen County can't convert on the turnover. Ooh, Olin almost walked. Now throws a pass to Taylor, who puts it up and in. Owen Taylor, he has 6 of the 16. Malachi Mefford, nice pass. Michael Smith goes up and under and scores. Everything coming pretty easy tonight for the Rebels. It won't be that way on Wednesday when they host Gallatin. Hatcher Smith getting into the game. Talk about a young man who can shoot. I was in here one day for practice, watching practice, and he got on fire for about 3 possessions, and he couldn't miss.
Seen him go on those little runs in JV games this year. There he is.
There he is, right on cue, and he missed it. He hit the bottom of the net. I think that was a little nervy right there, you think? Here's a 3 up the front of the rim. Nice rebound by Stafford. And then a really nice pass to Colby Young, who drops it off. Here's Tyree faking, driving in. Contact, no. Wow, a lot of contact. But I think the Williamstown player, to his credit, went straight up. And then there's a Williamstown turnover. Mefford. 3-pointer, no. Tyree, no. Williamstown comes away with it. Driving, scooping it up, scoring is Taylor, and a foul. Malachi Mefford doesn't agree.
Of course not. What? Why would he agree?
Doesn't matter what he thinks, it's a foul.
I'm going to use that against him when he makes a bad call Sunday in my Parks and Rec game.
How's that going? I know you've...
Well, we've not played in a couple weeks.
Well, that's
obviously.
true.
Still winless. They're slowly getting better. Slowly.
That's what you want.
They need to listen more.
Well, how old are they?
4th and 5th grade.
That explains that.
Yep. They don't like Malachi at all. I think between the 2 refs, Cameron McAnally's the favorite for sure.
Michael Smith can't score. Hatcher Smith digs it out. Colby Young with it now. Hatcher Smith, Stafford, 3, got it. (55-19). We're down to 13 seconds left in the third. And Colby Young knocks it away. 5 seconds left. 4-3. Young lays it up and in, and that's going to be the last bucket of the third quarter. As Owen County may have just put a little exclamation point on this night. Not that they needed that bucket by any stretch, but that's kind of how it's been all night for Williamstown. (57-19). Rebels lead it. They are 8 minutes away from a semifinal matchup with Gallatin County. OCHS was the runner-up in 1986. There you go. I'd have to go back, and maybe tomorrow I will have some.
Dad would have been in early middle school at that point.
Yeah, me too. I will have a little bit of time tomorrow being at school doing NTI. I'll be, of course, doing schoolwork, but I will have a little bit of time because it would be curious to know how many times Owen and Gallatin have met in the 8th Region All-A tournament, either the finals, the semifinals. Here's Britton Stafford. He's feeling it. Britton Stafford with the 3. 60-19. Either in the championship game, in the semis, first round game, as Colby Young lays it in. How about Colby Young and Britton Stafford as of late?
Yeah, kind of contributing off each other, getting those assist stats up.
And Hatcher Smith lays it up. No, Britton Stafford with the follow. Hatcher Smith can't believe that he missed that wide open layup. And Britton Stafford's like, thank you very much. I'll get an offensive rebound and a bucket. 3-pointer on the way, no good. Quickly back the other way comes Michael Smith. No way. Britton Stafford again. No. Rebound Michael Smith, and he scores. And we're going to get a timeout as Owen County's going to go full-fledged deep into their bench. If somebody out there is listening as well and can tell me, I don't have a number 10 on my roster for Williamstown. I don't have one. I was given a roster today, and I'm looking over it right now, and I want to give the young man some credit. He's in the game for the Demons, but I don't have a number 10 on my roster. So if anybody's watching and can tell me who that is, I would appreciate it. Here's a deep 3 off the front of the rim. That was Aaron Reynolds. Tyree threw it way ahead of Talon Wilson. Talon Wilson, a heck of a cross-country runner. He's a guy who runs cross-country and pretty good. Another young man is pretty good at that. I think his name is Tyler Kamek. He can run a little bit.
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
That's a sport I never got into. I never thought, hey, this is great. Let's run a race as hard as we can. When we get to the end, let's throw up. And then let's feel good about what we just did. Braxton Tyree with the foul.
See, what did Tyler finish? Like top 15 in the state?
Yeah, he's a heck of a runner. He's going to send Owen Kennedy to the line to shoot a couple.
See, if you're going to foul there, I think that's a good foul.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
And he didn't score the ball. Now he gets 2 free throws, but, you know, it was a foul worth it.
Owen Kennedy, the freshman, knocks it down. Second one no good. Tanner Holt getting some action. Off now to Talon Wilson. Connor Desarn for 3, no good. Rebound, Holt, Mefford, Wilson, 3, no. Rebound, out of bounds, and it will go to Williamstown. A lot of guys on the floor right now for Owen County who are used to being out there during the JV contest, but good for them that they're getting some PT.
This is the JV squad.
There's a layup and in, and Owen Taylor, he's like, where has that been all night? Why haven't I been able to do that? He now has 11 for Williamstown. Now Caden Perkins checks in for Hatcher Smith, who Hatcher Smith is going to go to bed tonight. And I guarantee you he's going to lay there and think about that wide open layup he missed. Free throw good. 66-22. 5 minutes to go. Judah Mefford. Caden Perkins. Holt drives, has it taken away. And a foul. Tell you what, Owen Webster's been on the ground a lot tonight, and he's going to go to the free throw line for a couple. He's a tough kid. Scrappy. He's played hard. Colton Eden, number 10. Thank you very much. He's an 8th grader. Free throw good. Pat Gatewood has become the new Mark Klinkenbeard. Shot no good by Mefford. 66-24. Here's a 3-ball to Zarn. No good. Put back up and in by Tanner Holt. Right place, right time. And he scores 2. 4 minutes to go.
I'm not sure about that one. I mean, yeah, there was contact. Looked like it was kind of sharing possession of the ball there.
So another young man coming into the game for Williamstown, number 20. Pat.
Yeah, don't have his name.
I need
either.
your help on this one, too, because I don't have him either. Pat, you can send me an email. It's brian.blair@owen.kyschools.us. He just said if you give me a good email, I'll send you a bunch of history for the next round of boys games.
Oh, absolutely.
You are the man. If you could tell me who number 20 is, that'd be awesome, too. Yeah, absolutely. brian.blair@owen.kyschools.us. Brian with an I.
Might be able to put it in the chat.
I probably could. I would give you my cell number, but I don't know that I want everybody having my cell number.
People from Fleming County listening in.
I know people from Fleming County.
Me too.
Been through Fleming County quite a bit on my way to Moorhead to see my kiddos who have now both transferred to NKU.
Good pass.
That was a great look ahead and a bucket by Connor DeZarn. 68-26, 2:41. Went to the NKU basketball game with my son the other night. It was his first time at an NKU game as a Norse.
Did you get the student discounted tickets?
Actually, no, because he didn't have his student ID yet.
No.
He was getting it today. But I will tell you this very quickly, and I was, for a while, I was the color commentator for the NKU men's basketball team back in the early to mid-'90s. And Saturday night was the 30th reunion for the 1995 NKU basketball team that won the Great Lakes Valley Conference. They were the first NKU team to do it. I was the radio color man during those years. And I knew the reunion was going on that night, and I knew the team was going to get honored and recognized. So I went to the game with my son, hoping to run into a couple guys and say, hey, what's going on? So I got to the game, and my son immediately and I saw a couple guys from the team who invited us into suite number 5. And we got to go into the suite and hang out for a little while with a lot of the guys, got to hang out. To make the story better, one of the players emailed me or texted me during the game and said, meet us down at the corner right before halftime. And I got to walk out on the floor at the NKU game with some folks with the 95 basketball team and get recognized. I said, look, I was very honored that they wanted me to do it. I said, I didn't do anything, guys. I just talked about it. I didn't play. And one of the players on the team, a guy named Shannon Miner, great guy, said, dude, you were on all the buses with us. You were in all those hotels, and you were in a lot of practices, and you were there with us. He said, you were just as much a part of it as we were. And I said, well, listen, I appreciate that immensely. So, yeah, my son's first NKU game was quite the experience, or not his first, but his first game as a member of the NKU Norse family. He got the royal treatment. My kid said, I get home, there's a 3 from Judah Mefford. I got home and my daughter Emma said, Dad, you're kind of a celebrity. And I said, for about 5 minutes, I think I was. But it was a lot of fun. Here's a 3, no good. Rebound Perkins, 1:12 to go. Elijah Mason, thank you very much. Elijah Mason, number 20. Connor Desarn, no good. Rebound Caden Perkins. We're under a minute to go. Oh, nice cut by Desarn and a good pass from Tanner Holt. We are not going to sign off just quite yet. We're going to try to get Coach Duvall up here. That was a deep 3, no good. Rebound ends up in the hands of Williamstown, but they can't score, and Caden Perkins just out-muscles the defender here. And Tanner Holt, will he back it out? Nope, he's going to the rim and he gets fouled. And if they play this just right, that's it.
Yep, he'll get his 2 shots and should be the game.
All around great effort tonight by, almost said NKU, by Owen County. I mean, balanced scoring. Tanner Holt misses the first of 2. He has Michael Smith, a good night. I mean, you just go up and down and you say, man, everybody on the team contributed a little bit tonight, everybody who got in there. 76-27, 18 seconds to go. Ball stolen away, and Talon Wilson will back it out. Good job by him. Great job by the Rebels tonight. They advance on for a showdown in here on Wednesday night at 7:30 as the semifinals are set. It'll be Eminence and Walton. That game will start on Wednesday night at 6 o'clock, followed up by Gallatin and Owen. It doesn't get a whole lot better than that in here on Wednesday night in an 8th region All-A tournament. Try to get you a few point totals for tonight for Williamstown. They were led by Owen Taylor. He finished with 12. For Owen County, Camden Beckham with 15. Harper Duval, 11. Brendan Lewis with 10. 12 for Michael Smith. 8 for Britton Stafford, 4 for Malachi Mefford.
So just looking back at the scores for tonight,
Yeah,
all 3 games were pretty similar. First game, of course, Walton and Trimble 72-16. Second game, Gallatin and Quarterstone Christian 71-27, and then Owen and Williamstown 76-27. So all pretty similar games on the night.
we're going to wait just a minute here. Of course, you look ahead. You'd have to say Walton would be the favorite against Eminence. I have not seen. You saw Eminence play earlier this year. What are your thoughts on that game Wednesday?
They're not a bad team. They've got a couple good players that could definitely score, especially close to in the 20s. One thing that Walton does have is more depth. I think they're a more disciplined team. I'm not really sure. I don't want to give an estimated score because I don't know. I mean, they played good against Williamstown. But then again, that last quarter, they kind of let Williamstown come back in the game too. So I'm not really sure what to expect from that game. Owen and Gallatin, on the other hand, it's going to be a fist fight probably the entire game. It's going to be physical. Probably be a bunch of threes shot by Gallatin. I'd like to see Owen County maybe try to come out and man. They played zone last time they played Gallatin, and they lit it up from the three-pointer. So it just depends. I think it'll be a hard-fought game between those two as well. So only time will tell.
It should be an incredible atmosphere in here on Wednesday night for that game. looking ahead to tomorrow night, we'll get underway. We'll probably be on the air somewhere between 5:45 and 5:50 as Gallatin will take on Walton Verona. Of course, the Lady Bearcats, good squad. We saw them in here early this year. They can shoot it. They've got inside presence. That's going to be a pretty good game. Gallatin young. And then you talk about Owen and Trimble. Yes, Trimble's lost some players. Owen's been a little up and down this year on the girls' side, but we'll see. That could be a good one on Wednesday night, tomorrow night. And then Williamstown and Eminence already in the semifinals, which will be held in here on Thursday night. So hoping we can get Coach Duvall to come up here and chit-chat. I'm going to shoot TJ a text here real quick. See if he can do that. My aunt with the text on who number 20 was. Thank you, my Aunt Marietta. Just now saw that. Let me. Chat TJ a quick text, see if we can get Coach Duvall. If not, we'll go ahead and get out of here.
Well, the team's coming out, and they have their street clothes on already. So I think our chances are pretty good if Coach D wants to walk up here. That is a long walk, though.
It is, but he's younger than me, so he can do it. Tomorrow night, of course, we'll be back here for Taco Tuesday.
Oh, that also means chips and queso, too.
Oh, yes, it does.
I'm assuming.
Queso or salsa? Are you more of a queso or salsa guy?
It depends. If it's like really good salsa, I would prefer salsa.
Okay.
But I also really like queso.
I do too.
I'm sure that'll be provided by Ernesto and Amigos.
That'd be great. They have both very good queso and very good salsa. Either Coach D is going to come up here or we're going to have to keep talking about food. So I'm hoping here for the –
Let's see.
I see him.
He has emerged.
All right,
here,
he has
here
emerged.
comes TJ.
And he is on his way. So thankfully for your all's ears – he is making his way up the steps. Here he comes. Oh, I'm tired.
Me too.
All right, Coach Duvall right behind. It's a long walk up here. That one side got, there you go. Coach, I've asked everybody this tonight, and I'll ask you the same thing. What were you expecting tonight? It had been a while since you guys had played. What were you hoping for, and what do you think you got? It looked good from our end.
It had been 8 days since we played a game, and I think we got 3 practices in during the storm. So you never really know what to expect. I know we played really, really hard defensively, which is really what I was looking for. When the ball goes in, I think we hit 5 or 6 in the first half. And when the ball goes in, everything else looks easier. But I thought we did a really good job in our zone, closing the shooters and being there on the catch and making them put it on the bounce. And as you could see, you guys know, calling that second game tonight, we're going to have to be spot on Wednesday if we're going to advance in this tournament. So
we've talked about it all night, and I'll ask you. I mean, you're from here. You played in this tournament, but what does this tournament mean to this community? And I've asked all the coaches the same thing, but it is something special here in this county, and to have it in your building is just awesome.
It is, and as you can see by the way this tournament's run, you have to tip your hat to our athletic administration and all the volunteer students that have come out here to work. They've put on a first-class event. But as far as our fan base, this tournament means a lot, and it always has over the years. We talked earlier today. It started back in 1990, and over the decades, we've had some really big success, and obviously our girls have had some success. If you're lucky enough to win the regional and you get to compete at the state level, it's special.
Yeah. Speaking of special, and you talk about this tournament and what it means, it doesn't get a whole lot better than you guys in Gallatin Wednesday night in a semifinal game. It's going to be fun in here, at least as a spectator. Maybe not as much for you, but I know we're going to have fun. And you guys have seen them once this year. They shot just lights out that night.
Yeah,
but you never know what to expect, I mean, when you guys get together.
They shot lights out because we kind of allowed them to shoot lights out. If you remember, we had some real mental breakdowns at our place here. So, yeah, it's always fun. Obviously, they're our biggest district rival.
Yep.
And it's usually us, the 1 and 2 historically. And we bring out the best in each other, and the fans are into it, and it's a true rivalry.
Oh, yeah.
So, you said, hey, it'll be fun for you. It'll be fun for me, too.
Okay. All right. Well, tomorrow night you get to sit and watch. It's Taco Tuesday in the hospitality room.
There you go.
Enjoy, I guess, a little day of rest. You guys will be in here practicing, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But I would say this one more thing real quick. You guys, I would think you'd be hoping to be in school on Wednesday just to get the kids in a routine. And
I would venture to guess maybe we will be.
I hope so.
But I thought that for tomorrow, too, and I was wrong. Thank you, Chad.
So, all right, well, Coach, great game. It's late. We're tired. You're tired. Thanks for coming up. Appreciate it.
We got to clock in early.
All right, I know. Betsy will be honest if we don't.
Yes, sir.
All right,
Thank you all.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Rebels win it tonight, 76-27. They're going to move on to play Gallatin County on Wednesday night. That game will get underway at 7:30. That's going to do it for us tonight. It has been a long night. Thank you for hanging in there with us, putting up with us. And we'll be back tomorrow night, like I said, between 5:45 and about 5:50. And we will do it all again with the girls as they get it going in their side of the bracket. That's going to do it for me tonight and Braden Howard. I'm Brian Blair saying good night from Owenton.